Hey, good morning, everyone. We have a whole bunch of activity going on in YouTube today, and nothing going on in Twitch at the moment, but Butter Slasher says hello, and Call Sign Wolfman says morning, and he said he's first. Call Sign Wolfman says laugh out loud. Good morning, Doc. Hope you're having a great morning. And of course, any stream day is a great morning. Which item is the hardest to build, including alt builds? Which item is the hardest to build? You know, it really depends on where you're at in the game. Really. I mean, the hardest thing to build at first is going to be the first time you use a manufacturer to have to build the heavy modular frame. And then later on, it gets really difficult when you start using the more exotic equipment you know, like the particle accelerator and those pieces of equipment later, they get those pieces get really hard to build. So
I remember really struggling with the reinforced iron plate early on
uh-huh.
because you have to make the line for it and then you have to use it for all your conveyors. And suddenly it's just you have to use tons of it for this tiny little production chain you can do with your Mark 1 miners.
Yep. Yep, so true. So call sign Wolfman says it's time to make waffles so he can have his breakfast while watching. Iron Rod is one thing Butter Slasher says. Okay, JD Schools says hi, and OG Master says hello. And Cutchins44 says good day. Hope you're all doing well. And that is good. He got to steal. Well, fantastic. Long way to go. Yes, definitely long way to go. Heavy modular frames was hard to build, so I had to use Satisfactory tools to make it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that sometimes you have to get some help. The hardest part is getting it all to the factory. So, Robert, let's go ahead and go to the factory.
Sure.
Spencer Wright says, good morning, Doc and family. Yep. Everybody, hopefully, in the U.S. anyway, had a great Memorial Day, I hope. Yesterday was a holiday in the United States. So we celebrated the folks who defend our country yesterday. So that was good. So I'm going to head on up to the roof because if you'll notice, I've played enough over the weekend that we have all the parts needed to complete phase 3, and I've been building and building and building. I'm going to check our little guy, see if he's got me some stuff. And he got a purple slug. Ooh.
He's doing good.
Yeah, that good boy. We'll pet you a second time for that one. Okay. Okay, so let's go to the hub, and let's go ahead and not the hub. What am I doing? Let's go over here and send up the space elevator parts. Forgot which one I was doing. Okay, space elevator parts. We'll load it first.
OG Master asks, were you overwhelmed when you first started playing, or did you have experience with other similar games?
I was overwhelmed. If you want to go way back in the Wayback Machine and watch my original videos, you'll see how overwhelmed I was. I couldn't even figure out what keys to use to move about and to pick things up, and yeah, I was a basket case. So yeah,
I had some fun editing Doc trying to find the E key.
yeah,
That was,
yep. And then to get my way around the map too. Okay, there we've got some space elevator parts. Being built. Okay, more of the platform is getting built. Good. A little more structure there. Okay, that's our last space elevator. Now, oof, look at that list of things we got to build now. Wow. 50,000 of each of those. So, okay. Yes, I have come a long way then. Yes, definitely. Definitely have come a long way. All right, let's check what Tier 7 has to do. Because now we can go to Tier 7 here. And, I've got to have the Hoverpack. And we can just, alclad aluminum sheet. Do I have enough alclad aluminum sheet? Let's check my storage here. Nothing in storage. Really?
Depot? I don't remember if you brought anything up at all when you moved it up here.
We've got 71 out of the 100 we need at this point.
We might need to go exploring.
Yes. because Hoverpacks are so neat. So much easier to build when you got a Hoverpack. So you want me to go ahead and select this and go exploring? You think that's what I ought to do? Because we could collect all these things and unlock
How about you
aluminum.
just unlock that right now, and then you can go exploring for Hoverpack?
Okay,
How does that sound?
that sounds fine. So I need computers, and we got 96 of those, and we don't have any motors, but we make all this stuff. So let's go retrieve some parts. Actually, computers are on the next floor down.
OG Master says, I'm glad to have finally gotten into one of your streams. Been watching for a week now. Your tips are real helpful, dude.
All right.
Thanks.
Huh, well, very good.
And by the way, if you have any particular questions, we post those daily Q&A videos on YouTube, and those come from live stream questions. If you have any particular questions or whatever, go ahead and throw them at Doc, and he'd love to answer them.
You betcha. Okay, I've got to
But
go.
make it a good one, because those go live.
Yeah. Oh, I need to. This one doesn't go down the next level. I've got to go to the other corner. The other corner of the building. So there I've got computers, and on the first floor I have motors, and I have rubber coming in to a. I have a rubber coming into a truck station, so I can go retrieve some from the truck station. Let's see, motors.
Well, we do have Mar asking about your game settings for this playthrough. So what are they on?
Well, let's show you. When I go to Server Manager, it tells the name. Okay, and I embed the settings in the name because I'll forget them, and I haven't found yet any place where you can look back and see what settings you chose. So we're doing 100 times space elevator parts, half parts cost and half power, and all pure notes. So with half parts cost, it means that each part that I build only costs half as much. The 0.5 power means that each machine only takes half as much power. So that allows me to, in spite of having to make 100 times space elevator parts, I can build much bigger manifolds and build more parts to try to compensate for 100 space elevator parts. Even at that, it is really, really difficult. So we made it really hard. Okay.
OG Master says, sadly for me, I play on console, so no custom modifiers for me.
Not yet.
Which leads us to the second question is, what is that timer in the top left corner of the screen?
That timer tells how long it's going to take for those console folks to be able to play 1.2, so you can have those modifiers. So we're only 7 days and 49 minutes away from the release. Now, that is making an assumption. The assumption is this, that the release time of day is 10 o'clock like it has been for 1.0 and 1.1. If the release time is 10 o'clock Central American time, which is Central/Chicago time, it'll release in 7 hours and 49 minutes. So
We have
Okay.
a great technical question that
Uh-huh.
we might not be able to answer. Punisher Troop says, do truck stations only work at the same level that they're placed on, or could you place them up by one wall and then still have a truck interacting underneath it?
good question. I haven't ever tried that.
I'm betting it won't work because it has a little icon for where the truck's supposed to park, and I bet you that icon is only accessible from the right level.
Right. Do I have a truck right behind me, or? Okay. All right. I've got no truck, yet I'm being jostled about when I walk through there. That's weird.
Yeah, those paths. There's something going on there with the paths.
Oh, when you try to walk across them, it kind of moves you around?
I felt that before. I just can't quantify it.
Interesting. Because going there and back, I got jostled. So, okay, I'm going back up to the hub. And we'll go ahead and put these parts in there for bauxite refinement. Then we will go exploring with the goal to find more alclad aluminum sheet. Okay, so there and there and there and what?
So, question for you, John. Question for the editor: how did you and Doc meet? Did you know each other previously, or did Doc seek out an editor?
I'm sorry I laugh at that question. We met, how old are you now, Robert?
39.
We met 39 years ago in the labor and delivery room of, whatever hospital it was in Everett, Washington. In other words, he's my son.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my son. And Spencer, the voice that you heard, that was also my son. He's the youngest, and Robert's the oldest. And there's one in between that's busily writing a book, I suppose. I hope, anyway. And I need to go get one more stack of reinforced iron plate. Pardon me, not reinforced iron plate, but heavy modular frames.
Yeah, John came out of the womb, and it's just like, and my dad looks over and says, "You will one day be my editor."
Yeah, right. I totally said that when YouTube didn't exist at the time.
Okay,
So-
you're just getting too particular at this point.
Back when
Okay.
the internet was, I don't know, in '86, how much internet was there?
There was just basically sending files between universities and scientific organizations.
Yeah.
That's about it.
OG says he was destined for the job.
Yep. Okay, we have a red button now. We can unlock bauxite refinement. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and select Hoverpack here. I'm going to select the milestone. I'm going to go ahead and collect this. No, I'm not even going to collect the stuff. I got to wait for the thing to come back in 10 minutes. So you say, I think when we reviewed the map, didn't you say that we have a potential to get some alclad aluminum from the swamp over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have explored the swamp before. The question is,
Yeah.
how much of it did you get?
Yeah. Did I collect that particular wreck already? And we can look for a secondary site.
Four of the sites in the swamp have alclad.
4?
Yeah.
My, oh my, that's a lot.
The
of
one
them.
that has the most is actually on the northern shore closest to you.
Okay.
OG Master asks, do you have any plans on playing different games more often?
Yeah, kinda, sorta. I'm in love with Satisfactory. It's hard to rip myself away from it.
But even so, we have an episode of Doc and I playing Slay the Spire co-op for the first time.
Yep.
Coming out on Thursday.
Yep, coming out on Thursday.
And we have another video recorded along with Spencer with a kind of a super secret Minecraft project we've been working on. And that'll come out next week-ish.
Next weekish, that's what I
Yeah,
understand.
something like that within the next 2 weeks. We'll probably want a little bit of lead time so that we can get it edited properly. But yeah, the really cool thing here is I'm being able to practice my editing skills, and Robert, who is a much more prolific editor than I am, is being able to help me learn those things. So that's been pretty cool.
Well, and I wouldn't use the word prolific, I would say practiced.
What's wrong about the word prolific in this case? Because in general, he's a better editor than I am. So I was just trying to put him up on
prolific doesn't mean editor. Prolific just means he does a lot of it.
Oh, well, that's true too.
That is true too. Yes. All right. So
2,000 videos yet.
So Robert, looking over this, where is that wreck that you think that has the most in it? You say?
Open your map.
Okay.
Zoom in a little bit. You are okay. Go due south.
Okay.
Just not very far. Right there. Right where your mouse is.
Right there is? Right there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go directly south, and where the first batch of water comes, it's on that shore. So let's see if I can... okay.
So one metal fist.
So it's basically right there.
Yeah. One Metal Fist has an update for his all alt recipe factory.
Okay.
He says, "Hey Doc, I'm basically the final stage of the game now. Already finished 1,000 nuclear pasta parts, built a time crystal factory, and built a fixite trigon factory. Now I just need one final factory that combines everything together to make biochemical sculptors. I was here the whole time. I was just busy making coffee for customers, so I couldn't really talk.
Okay.
And I still need to build more nuclear reactors too. These machines consume an insane amount of power at the final stages of the game."
Yep, they do. Okay. Well, I have not retrieved stuff from this one. So, but I've got a radioactive beastie there.
And Der Weasel, or Der Weisel, I don't know how to say your name, but that is a countdown to 1.2. It's available in 1 week.
Yep. There's the all-clad aluminum sheet, Robert.
Excellent, excellent.
I'm just avoiding the beastie in the process. And it's functional. So I can retrieve the hard drive. Dismantle it, so I don't come back to it. And the beastie is right next to those turbo motors over there. I'd really like to collect those turbo motors. All right. Smash and grab. Okay. Let's see. How many did I get? I got 171 alclad aluminum sheet. And how many is in here? Is 71. So I've got 242 alclad aluminum sheet. Is that enough to get us enough for the way, Robert? Did you check your math again?
We need 180 to unlock and make 2 of them.
Okay. Well, and I have 242. Very good. I will head back.
Excellent.
Oh, I just happened on another wreck. Might as well pick this stuff up, huh? Not enough space for a high-speed connector, so I'm going to jettison. Okay, yeah, I've got some leaves in here. Get rid of them.
There we go. Now we have a label on
Now we have a label on.
it. The countdown.
Cool. Now everybody will be able to see for themselves what. Oh,
And
that's.
Bieber's here. Says Guten Morgen, Doc. How are things? Still haven't played. Going on 4 weeks now. So burnt out. I turn it on, see the tasks ahead of me, then turn it off and play Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Okay.
That's my zero brain game as well. Whenever it's too late for me to
be thinking
process
much?
anything. Yeah, that's what I do. Bieber continues. Also, if you having been in finance for Boeing, are you a classic Buffett index fund investor or more nuanced and involved?
Neither. I really don't invest much. I invest in me instead. If you know what I mean by that. I can replace those easy. I can replace those easy. And I can pick.
OG Master asks, do you have any plans for 150K survivor or subscriber special?
Do I have any real plans? I'm getting pretty close to it. What are we at? 145?
Yeah, we're getting really close.
Well, the special that we have right now, and that's kind of in the midst of planning, is that 7-day countdown is to a subscribe-a-thon, and we're going to play alternate games. We're going to play Satisfactory. We're going to play Satisfactory with all our friends. In other words, when Satisfactory 1.2 gets released, we're going to get it set up on our community server, and I'm just going to play with anybody who wants to join that's already a member or subscriber in Twitch or a member in YouTube. So we're going to play with friends that day. So that's the big plans that we have at this point at the 1.2 release. So we'll start our stream an hour before then. I'll wrap up a few things I'm doing in experimental. And then when the release comes, we'll update Steam, and we will open it up for everybody to play. It might take us a little while to get it updated because we have to update a server. And I was talking with our Ping Players folks, and what they said was that sometimes it takes a while to propagate through the system when they get the data for release. So we might have to... we might have to wait just a little bit just to get, wait a minute, fuel-powered generator? I don't think so. I thought I was getting a biofuel one. Oops. Okay, biofuel generator, biomass burner, there we go. And this does 30, right? I believe it does 30. Yeah, that does 30. And, which means I need 3 of them.
One Metal Fist says, I honestly can't believe I'm at the end of my challenge. I still remember when I first started, I was struggling just with cables, asking you guys for help. And now I'm finally at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, you've come a long way. When you first said you were going to do it, I thought, nah, you got to be kidding me. That'll never happen. And you've done it. That's amazing. It really is. Really is amazing. I wouldn't.
And
Does
Lexi
it run on that?
Butterfinger.
Lexi redeemed Butterfinger. All right. I just need to get a little bit of wood or... There's some wood.
And Burger
There's
Burrito
some wood.
Tacos here.
All right. Thank you for coming. All right. This I can put in the third one here. Okay.
Thank you for a reminder of turning on the chat. And Sir Og says, finally caught up playing Satisfactory Live. Hello.
Hello. Okay, I want a power pole there, and I'm going to connect that.
RKL, this is
to
normal
that,
Satisfactory
to
on 1.2
that,
experimental.
to
He is
that.
playing. The biggest change is 100 times the space elevator parts.
Okay. I've got 3 of them going, and one of them's already stopped. Okay, fine. You know that megawattage that they say these give? This says it needs 85. These 3 would give 90, but
Can you change
I've
the power pole?
okay.
Well, the power's off at the moment.
Yeah, power's off at the moment because I've got it connected. Okay. Let's disconnect it from that. Okay. So let's see. Okay, tell me the capacity. Oh, turn it on. So why do I have one not running? Okay. Okay, that one says it has no fuel. Okay, well,
Hem address stat. I was on here before you were today.
wow. We're having a competition now.
Hello, Adricea. Good to see you.
Yep. And somebody redeemed Butterfinger, and I'm going to get to it. I mean, really, I am.
Got to keep the factory going.
Well, somehow I did that with 0 biofuel available. Okay. Okay, that one had no fuel, so let's put some fuel in it. And this one has no fuel? Really?
There we
120 per minute. It will last
go.
very
It's
short
90.
time.
You should be good. OG Master asks, aren't the mushrooms more prolific than the nuts? You need to go gathering for a bit.
Yeah, plenty of mycelia, but yeah, the leaves aren't holding out long enough. One leaves, I got 181. That'll last a little over a minute, but whatever was in the other one didn't last.
They really should design those so they soak up a certain quantity of power instead of just needing a certain amount live for a certain amount of time. But whatever. And Chroma has just resubbed.
Okay.
For 4 months now.
4. That's cool. I hate doing this in the dark. I can't see a darn thing. Let's turn on a flashlight here. At least see what's in front of me.
So Fausto says, first, my English is awful. But second, I finished this game a few days before. I feel lost because I want to organize my machines. And then I found you.
All right.
This is destiny. This is great. Have a nice day.
Destiny. Oh, that's cool. I don't want to get too far away from my objective over here.
Burger Burrito Taco says, just a question, what is that robotic noise going on in the background?
Oh, that's my 3D printer printing a cup. We have these special cups. Ours have monster logos in them, but Robert is making a special one for Spencer, whose channel is Panache Tomfool, and he has a special symbol that he wanted to put on the front. So Robert is printing a cup for him. So that's what you hear in the background is my 3D printer. And maybe, Robert, you think you could press quiet mode on it? Maybe that'll help it?
We'll see. We really should.
Do not delay my print. Do not do it.
It won't delay it. It honestly doesn't hurt the print.
We should find a way to noise isolate a little bit, though.
Yeah, we need to, but Okay, we've got 500 leaves there. Okay, we've got mycelia in the other one. Now let's see if we can keep the lights on. If not, I might have to put some.
I just say our ventilation isn't the best. It definitely does need to improve. It is PLA, however, which is one of those with the lowest Vox, but definitely could be better. Also, Doc, I should bring my charcoal filters over here to run them too. Those are mandatory when you're running resin printers, but.
Okay, and no dismantle crates. Oh, good. Bag's totally full. Time to go home. Time to go back home. Yeah. Just give him a whack on the way. Not enough space. Okay, fine. Oh, gosh.
Lexi says, "Sorry if I'm quiet. Got my notebook today to give me a portable system that can play Satisfactory, but it takes some time installing and my stuff onto it."
Oh yeah, definitely. It does take time. All right. Well, let's see what these things are hiding. If they're just hiding a passageway, that's boring.
Rainbow Scoobs says, "Been
Yep,
following
it's
some
just
great tutorials online for early builds.
All
But
right.
your tips have been really helpful getting me to think more long term. Great to catch a live stream."
Fantastic. Appreciate you being here with us. We're going to go get some Hoverpacks. I'm going to go unlock the recipe, and then we're going to go make 2 of them, one for Robert when he joins. Robert is currently working on getting our videos out. We kind of fell behind on getting those Q&As ready for everybody. And so he's working on getting those things squared away and getting them done. Okay, there it is.
First time chat from H Sweet, who says, "Hello all, hope you are well and living your best lives."
We are. Ooh, looky, I got a Mercer sphere. Not enough room for it, but I got a Mercer sphere. Okay, we're throwing away the leaves here. Now, hopefully he won't be stuck anymore. Yep, he was stuck in the Mercer sphere. Isn't that weird?
Hey Spencer, are you in chat
Generally,
on YouTube?
I mean, I see both chats. I just have the restream open.
You have Restream open?
I have like the link for the restream overlay.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so you're seeing the composite of both of them. Both of the streams. Both of the chat windows, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Lexi's new Lexi's new notebook, she called it,
Yep.
is an i7 with an RTX 5060 with 16 gigs of RAM.
Okay. 16 gigs of RAM. You're probably going to want to upgrade that if you can.
My question is, and this is something that I got very frustrated at because I was looking at some pre-builds the other day just to price them out. They love marketing on, oh, this one has an i7 in there, this one has an i9. They don't tell you what generation, which is way more important.
Exactly. Way more important. So,
And you look super deep, it's like, oh yes, we have a 4060 in here, and it's an i7 or i9 4000 series. What? Excuse me? That's a decade-old processor.
yeah. So HS Sweet says he just retired. I'm enjoying it. Finance and programming finance applications at Boeing is quite a bit different than what I'm doing now, that's for sure. Okay, I've got to find motors.
Chops says, I don't know if you've unlocked it yet, but I'd like to carry around 10 sloops to make an alien power augmenter for hard drive hunting, since it makes more power than any crash site will need.
Okay.
Also means you don't have to haul around biomass or anything. That's nice.
Yeah, true.
Oh, H-Suite was a professor.
Okay. A noble profession, I must say.
What's
Yeah,
the term?
my class on blockchain and my class on database programming just kicked off on Monday for the summer semester. So, oops.
Are you still getting decent interest in the blockchain class?
Oh yeah. Well, they've made it mandatory
For cybersecurity?
for cybersecurity and for all of their IT discipline, programming, everything.
Really?
So yeah, I get a bunch of mandatory students taking a level 3 junior level class.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. H-Suite taught anthropology and ancient history.
Oh boy, those are both interesting subjects. Very interesting subjects.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I teach IT stuff at Lindenwood. Lindenwood University is where I teach. So I'm going to put those in there, and I'm going to get rid of what I do have here. I'm also going to put the Mercer Sphere away.
Yeah, H-Suite was and is an archaeologist.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Okay. So are you going to continue archaeology in your retirement years?
That's one of those childhood dream professions, you know?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to go hunt in the ground for ancient civilizations.
Does consulting now. Cool.
All right.
Null says, hey, been binging the vids lately. Feels good to play side by side. Making an 8 parts per minute rotor factory now.
Okay. All right, let's go to the equipment workshop here and see if we haven't unlocked the Hoverpack yet. Doggone it. I need to go get computers and heavy modular frames and go get some more of those. Have I cleared enough? Yeah, I've cleared enough space in my bags. In my inventory. Oh, Robert, what's the color change bit going on here?
I'm changing the colors.
Why? I was getting to the point where I actually liked the green.
No, my eyes cannot
Can't handle that anymore?
Nope, I'm done.
Well, you chose a lavender blue. That's crazy.
It's better.
Better than what?
Better than bright green. I'm gonna modify it though. This isn't quite as nice as I was hoping.
Okay.
And it's only lavender because we have pink sky.
Okay. Okay,
So
there's the
Spencer
modular
Wright
frames.
asks, what brand of 3D printer do you have?
Any cubic? Any cubic what? S1 is it?
Yeah, a Cobra S1.
Okay. 2, 3, take 4 stacks of those. And let's go unlock hover packs and go make a couple.
This is, I think, the 4th family printer we've had.
Yeah, I started with a. I started with an old. Oh, what was that beast?
I don't remember. It was one of
Robo.
the.
It was a Robo 3D,
There you go.
and it was just a workhorse. It would just plow through things, but as time went on, the quality of that print was so much less than the quality of the new printers that Robert eventually got a couple, 3, 4 new printers, and that outperformed it. So eventually, just it fell by the wayside, and we just recently got rid of it.
There we go. Would you say this is more IKEA look? With the blue and yellow?
Wow, that is quite. That's more the. Let's go the other direction. That is more the Walmart Cobalt blue.
Ah, okay.
Cobalt Tools. I like that tool. That. All right, let's make. It says I can make 7 Hoverpacks, but we only want 2, right?
Right. Yeah, I got sucked into the Prusa i3 back when it was pretty new. Quite enjoyed that. That was an absolutely great printer. Loved it until Doc gets himself this 80-cubic Cobra, which it does multicolor, and any multicolor printer does better than any non-multicolor printer. Basically.
All right, Robert, right in front of you.
Thank you very much. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, replace the jetpack. Oh, yes, nice.
Oh no, one metal fist. It donated 100 bits for us to change
the colors. Now that you got a nice cobalt blue color, check the hex and write it down so that we can go back to cobalt blue when the time comes, and the green, whatever, cobalt green, blue and green. Okay. Oh yeah, float. I can float in the air. I can fly. Okay, we've got Hoverpacks. And the pod's going to return in 3 minutes. Let's go check. Let's go check and see what the next tier is. So I don't believe I can make any of the space elevator parts yet. Logistics Mark V. Yes, we can take that. Need 200 alclad aluminum sheets. Don't quite have that many, Robert.
Nope, I think it's time for us to go build an aluminum factory.
All right. So let's get my scanner. Actually, let's just scan here and let's go see how far we got to go for some bauxite here.
OG Master asks, have your sons ever sabotaged you in Satisfactory?
Oh, all the
Of course
time.
not.
All the time.
I don't know why you'd ever think that.
Oh, really? Man, my scanner isn't even picking up any bauxite. I know it's over next to the swamp. I can get some bauxite.
Okay, one metal fist. It's the most drab-looking factory. We've gone monochrome.
2,420. Oh, gosh. Did we go back to the 50s in black and white?
Only you would know what that looks like.
Yeah, that's true. I had a black and white TV as my first television. So, yes, I know what it looks like.
I need to see some hands in the chat of who else knows what that looks like in the chat.
Levette says, it's so refreshing. You can see everything. To be honest, I don't mind this at all.
It's better than bright green.
After Stay says, we still had a lot of black and white in the 70s.
She said 700s, so I'm a little concerned.
I'm reading between the lines here.
Was that BC or AD?
Sounds like
Docking
something only
old
you would
person
know.
Jokes.
Okay. Why do I have so many hover packs? I've got 3 hover packs. That's crazy.
Well, first off, you still have your jetpack on.
I just put the jetpack. I have 3 jetpacks, is what I was trying to say.
Well, dang, even I'm not that mean to you.
Yes, one metal fist, absolutely. One metal fist timer from last stream for weird questions from ChatGPT for Doc.
Uh-huh.
Never ended. So we will pepper in some weird questions for you today, Doc.
Okay.
OG Master says, guys, you guys remember the crowning of William the Conqueror? That was great.
Yes. Oh, yes. Remember that. Gee. Come on. William the Conqueror is one of my relatives, so just be careful.
Like, actually, or are you joking?
No, I'm not joking.
Oh. Well, what country was that, anyway?
I don't know how much of a country there was then.
Okay, what geographical location?
Britain, France, northern France, Britain, in that area.
Gotcha. OG Master living up to his name, bringing up stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say the conqueror, it means yes. William the Conqueror was French and conquered England. He was the leader of the Norman invasion, if I remember correctly.
Ruthandia? What is that? I've never actually heard of Ruthandia. There's a
Yes.
laugh going, so I'm assuming it's not real.
Call sign, your questions are going through. We just haven't started on questions yet today. You see, I understand that title would have been more prevalent if he had lost, but he won, so he's known by a noble name of William the Conqueror.
Gosh, if I could just get out of this tree and see something. There we go.
You see, OG, I'm just gullible enough that I would have believed you if it wasn't for people around me.
So, Doc, we're going to do a weird question, then we're probably going to do some Doc University questions. How about that?
Okay. Okay, I need to...
Okay, Doc, you ready for a weird question?
Okay.
What's the most useless skill you have that you're still proud of?
Useless skill that I still have that I'm proud of. Oh dear. That is a weird question. Robert, you are correct. That is a weird question.
Okay.
A weird skill that I'm still proud of. Oh, I'm not going to make it there.
You could think about it for a while. You
Yeah.
don't have to come up with an answer immediately.
I think I'm going to have to. Oh, come on. Oh, really? Okay. I died.
Did you fall off something again?
I did.
Taco, we're getting to your questions. Unfortunately, we just have a lot of people being active, so we're not getting to every comment, unfortunately. So, Iron Captain says, "I love this. Seeing you play this legitimately makes me so happy. Thank you."
Yeah, seeing that I don't just make videos and curate the videos to the point where they're perfect. Well, well, well. I obviously need to work a little harder. Well, obviously that slug was one that I already collected.
You're already down to half a heart.
Oh, gee.
Are you out trying to gather something in specifically?
I was trying to go find where the bauxite was going to be.
Ah, gotcha.
And if the bauxite is close enough to this oil refinery over here that we've got, maybe we could just, truck it on into the into the where the refinery is and connect it to the rest of the system. Godfather says he's jealous of my builds. I'm jealous of a lot of other people's builds too. So, there's a lot of people who I think build better than I do. So, okay, let's figure out from here where the bauxite mines are and see whether or not we can reach them. I'm hoping they're off this direction. I think they are, but boy, they're still quite a ways away. Eesh. Eesh.
Yeah, they're in the center of the map.
Yeah.
Basically, I think we have to go do it in the same locations we did it before.
Yep.
Yeah.
1,600, 1,800 away.
Okay, Bieber asks the question that tests your intelligence.
Okay.
IQ test time. Would you rather have $10 million or a single penny that doubles every day for a month?
A single penny that doubles every day. Don't ask a finance guy that question. It's just too simple.
What Metal Fist wants to turn the question around on me if I have any useless talents.
Okay.
I mean, there for a while I kind of collected those sorts of things. It depends how you define useless. I mean, there for a while for some reason I decided I had to solve a Rubik's Cube because when I was a kid I decided I was smart. And that's something that smart kids do, and so I learned how to solve a Rubik's Cube. And when I would practice it, I got it down to, I get it done around 30 seconds-ish, but that's only because I only learned the basic algorithms. I did memorize their inverses and their mirrored versions, but I never got to the complex, much more complex versions, which is required for the sub 20-second solves.
So, you consider that a useless skill that you still have?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely useless, but...
I want to check something out here. There is this wall here. So is this just another passageway, or is it something useful in here?
Great question.
It's a useless passageway that leads you to some stuff that you can't walk through. Oh, look at that spider. Ooh, nice spider.
Yeah, I think you just fly over that instead of killing yourself. You walk past a Mercer Sphere, though.
I did?
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
It's gonna kill you.
No, it's
no,
not.
You're fine.
Radiation actually doesn't hurt you as bad as the poison fog. Poison fog kills you faster.
Yeah, as long as it's not in your pocket, then it kills you pretty quick.
True.
Hey,
True.
Robert, Doc.
Yes, sir.
At your stay, I've made a merry-go-round in her area on Minecraft, the Minecraft server.
And it actually works?
It's actually working.
Wow.
It's actually really cool.
Okay. Well, I have my Butterfinger, and I am going to open it. Thank you, Lexi, for the Butterfinger for today. I appreciate that. We're going to have to bring back the Birdie Bots many flavored beans for our live stream. I've got plenty of those left still.
Spencer Wright did ask about your current 3D printer. Do you think it's very beginner friendly?
This 3D printer? I would say so. Then again, I've been using 3D printers for quite a while, and Robert knows pretty much how to fix any 3D printer now, because he's had several. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not the right person to ask that question. I don't know.
The printer itself, the interface is great. The program they give you, which is just another slicer knockoff from the Slick 3R family. So all that's fine. The problem is the multi-material unit on the top. We have never once successfully got it to roll over from one color to the next. So, like, it will, with the filament run-out detection, it will just fine do a multicolor print, but it won't get to the end of a spool and load a new spool properly. Every single time, you have to kill the print and start over. That's been my only real frustration with this. Everything else is the normal cost of doing a 3D printer. It's not slick like a Bamboo Labs, but I would never recommend a Bamboo Lab to anybody, so...
I finally got up in a tree, and it happens to be a tree without slugs. Go figure.
Of course.
So I'm going to check for our bauxite here and see how much closer I am to it. No, it's still quite a ways away.
Godfather says, I've only played solo and restarted for 1.2, and I forgot how hard the first 2 and 3 tiers are.
Yeah. I'd like to forget how hard the first 2 tiers are, but you're right. When you start over... Oh, I missed it. Ah, darn it. Anyway.
OG Master asks, is it viable to capture hundreds of Dockos? I saw Let's Game It Out do it, but I don't know whether that's been patched since then.
Is it viable? Oh, gosh. Fog.
Yep. Yeah, viable is the right way of asking it. You could do it. By the way, I added a sink so your gigantic 4-story factory isn't idle all the time.
Will you stop it? You know, we'd be accused of having everything except the kitchen sink if you would stop doing that. Come on, Rick. Get a brain on you. What happened to my inventory? Who turned my inventory off?
I think you didn't put it back after our last session. When... oh, no.
Keep everything.
Oh. Interesting. Ruh-roh.
Yeah. All my inventory's gone, including my Hoverpack. I mean, I've got my jetpack still. I've got my food. I don't have my brother. I'd say that was a bug.
Yeah, I don't see a crate with your stuff in it either. Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh. And let's see if I can make some Blade Runners. Yes, I can.
And Carry Me Please says, did you guys
And-
notice in the office that over the door there's
Look
a
at this.
time since last death counter?
Look at this.
Stop making more.
Oh, so, yeah.
Look at what?
My inventory.
Oh. Oh!
And so I look at my inventory this way, and it was empty.
There it. Now it. Weird.
So now I've got too many hover packs.
Okay, how about you put those in the crate next to the hub?
All right, the extra of those. How many of those did I make? Let me make sure I just made one. And
So, Demon Killa asks, as someone from the UK, what is a Butterfinger?
oh, a Butterfinger is a candy bar that basically it's chocolate covered crumbly peanut butter. So, crunchy peanut butter. So anyway, so I love them, and so one of the redemptions, I love them so much that one of the redemptions is to redeem a Butterfinger.
Yeah, I think Lim Noodle's correct. Almost a toffee peanut butter. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's pretty good. Except they get in these thin little crisps, so it's nice and crunchy. It's great.
Okay. Yes.
And Callsign Wolfman asked thoughts on resin printers. And I'll
Yeah.
take that.
Yeah, you'd take that one.
I've been working with resin printers for a while, mostly from Elegoo, which does really, really cheap resin printers. Again, it's in that class of 3D printer where you're tinkering with it all the time. So you're always changing the vat films, you're always cleaning up, that kind of stuff. I only once actually had a spill from it. The rest of the time I've done a very good job of keeping it fairly clean. I even refurbished them for a while and was pretty successful with that. So I enjoy resin printing. The resin technology has gotten way, way better over the last 3 or 4 years. And their ABS-like resins are really nice. And I think within a couple of years, we'll get to a price point where you'll get resins which are as good as injection molded parts, or close to, like the little Army Men type injection molded parts for little toys. We'll have that within a couple of years, and we'll have it for really, really cheap. Okay, and Kirby has a Saturn 2S. Says it's far more reliable than my FDM printers. And the Saturn is just the big brother to my my Mars printers.
Uh-huh.
So very cool. I think Elegoo does an excellent job with their resin printers.
We need to put call sign on a temporary break after his last comment.
Ooh. Yeah. Call sign Wolfman is anti-peanut butter.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's...
Well, is that because you
Oof.
have a peanut allergy or you just don't like peanut butter?
Look, people with peanut allergies are just born wrong. I'm sorry.
Now
Well, if
be
he had
nice.
a peanut allergy, he would have said, I have a peanut allergy. He wouldn't have said, I'm anti-peanut butter.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Kirby says the resin printers also benefit from batch printing more than FDM, which is absolutely correct. I print, yeah, of course I use resin printers for miniatures because I think that's what like 80% of the market does with resin printers. But yeah.
All right. Going out hunting again. Wait,
Light
wait,
there.
that slug down there disappears. That slug right there disappears when I
Yep.
get closer.
Yep. Welcome to life on a server.
Yep. Oh, come on. I'm close enough to you.
OG Master asks, have you ever thought about playing Space Engineers? Or have you already played it?
Played Space Engineers with one of our members once.
Whitestone.
And, yes,
Oh, no,
Whitestone.
no, you played it with Caffeinated. That's what
Caffeinated.
it was.
And he... It was interesting. Even played Dune once. I'm not trying to gain altitude, but it's got that bug that sends you up as high as you can when you're in a hoverpack. So I'm going to have to, land and swap hoverpack and such. Okay. Now I can go ahead and just swap for that. Go back. Okay.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, like Bart Simpson said in the old Butterfinger commercials, nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger.
Yeah. You disconnected a section of my...
Yes.
just because they were underperforming.
Yes. Okay. Any underperforming factory gets fired.
What is it, like an episode of The Apprentice, but you just fire the whole factory?
Dude, wouldn't that be fun?
Dang.
You're fired. OG Master asked, do power cable towers have more reach to the hoverpack than the power pole?
Oh, shoot. I'm dead again. Do the power towers have more reach than the power pole? Absolutely. It's like 2 or 3 times more reach. They're great for stretching power across to an obscure location so you can get stuff.
He's asking more reach for the power pack. For the hover pack, sorry.
No.
In fact, if you have the power towers stretched there for fullest distance, then you can't hover between them.
Yeah.
So, One Metal Fist says, Doc, did you know that Israel has unusually low peanut allergy rates compared to a lot of other countries?
Really?
One reason researchers talk about is how kids here grow up eating bamba from a really young age, so early peanut exposure becomes super common. And for anyone who doesn't know what bamba is, it's an Israeli puffed peanut snack made from corn with a peanut coating.
Huh.
See, the weird thing is over here, a lot of the scientists are saying, don't feed kids any peanuts before a certain age because that will develop, that will create the peanut allergy.
Yeah, so there seems to be some disagreement on whether that helps prevent it versus helps trigger it.
Yeah, because when I grew up, like, young kids having a PB&J was kind of like one of the standard go-to early kid meals. But people pushed against that, saying, no, you gotta wait till they're older.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
For all
one
you
reason
acronym-
I heard as well, as far as peanut allergies go. Sorry if I'm stomping over you, Doc. I don't know if this is the same everywhere, but in the U.S., when children are vaccinated when they're born, peanut oil is used to stabilize it pretty commonly. So you get when a foreign substance enters your body can go into like a defense mode, and oftentimes your body can select this peanut oil as the source of a potential problem, and so you get a peanut allergy. At least that's what I've heard. I don't know how accurate that is.
I mean, peanut oil as a stabilizer makes sense. Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Well. Well, Britta just ended up my second oldest daughter. She is the second daughter. Just got a peanut allergy recently. She just started breaking out in hives, and she went and got an allergy test to try to figure out why she was breaking out consistently, and that was one of the things she ended up allergic to.
What?
Yeah.
She developed a peanut allergy in her 40s.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, strange but true.
Hey, Doc, where is our reinforced iron plate factory?
It is down in the middle near where the space elevator used to be.
Okay.
I'm still trying to get to bauxite. If I can just do it without killing myself, without taking too many risks.
Ruben Jr. is here. Hello, hello.
Good to have you. Yeah, in our 40s.
Well, okay, I'm still searching. X2 Christian asks, is 1.2 coming out on PS5 as well, or is it coming out later?
Nope, they come out simultaneously. The one promise they made to console users is that they would always simultaneously release every release from PC to console, both at the same time. So the June 2 release date, which is the countdown up in the upper left-hand corner, the release on June 2 is going to be to both. So
So one Metal Fist says, it doesn't cancel the research, it actually supports it. Bamba has a relatively small and controlled amount of peanut protein, so kids in Israel are exposed to peanuts slowly from a young age instead of suddenly getting huge amounts like pure peanut butter.
Okay.
Researchers think this early gradual exposure may help the immune system learn that peanuts aren't dangerous, which could reduce peanut allergy risk in some children.
Okay. Very good. There's a third beastie. By the way, I had collected so much alien remains, Robert, that I went and ahead and put our summer sloops in those machines, and put all the summer sloops in those machines and started running it all through there. And for 15 minutes, we gained 2 coupons per minute. 2 coupons, not just points. So then I pulled the summer sloops out and put them back in. The depot.
So Carry Me Please says, I have a Vietnamese friend allergic to peanuts. That's literally a prime ingredient in Vietnamese food.
Ooh.
Her mother often stood over her with an EpiPen. It's not bad now, but a macadamia would be bad.
Huh.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that is.
And Carry Me Please also says, I had developed a chocolate allergy when I was 10, and it lasted about 7 years.
Huh. So it came and then went away. That's interesting.
I have heard of some oddly strange, I don't want to call it homeopathic or whatever, but weird techniques people have reported have cured their, various kinds of allergies.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it is just a weird effect. My body has decided that this is not good for me, therefore it attacks it. When it shouldn't,
I'm gonna die.
OG thinks that you missed a purple slug back there.
Yes, I did miss a purple slug because all of a sudden those plants grew up and started putting out the poison fog. So I deviated
When
from
are
my
we gonna
course.
get filters? I'm gonna figure out how to get filters done.
Yes, please do.
One Metal Fist says, it's kind of similar to the old idea of slowly building up resistance to poison. There's the famous story of King Mithridates, who supposedly took tiny amounts of poison over time so his enemies couldn't assassinate him. Legend says he became so resistant that when he later tried to poison himself, it didn't work.
He later tried to poison himself.
I think they were under siege and he tried to kill himself before they got to him.
Are you sure
If I remember the story correctly.
Are you sure he wasn't just a Sicilian?
Just what?
A Sicilian?
Is Sicilian such a bad thing that he would have to do that? I'm not understanding.
I'm double checking my esoteric references here. Yes, Vizzini is a Sicilian. And he says specifically, never go in against a Sicilian with death is on the line. Thank you very much. He was a Sicilian. Thank you.
So I'm waiting for those flowers to stop putting out the poison fog. Oh, that spider just went down. So is that... It's going to relax. Okay. You've got a little bit of time between the time that those flowers are triggered and the time that they actually start doing fog. So I'm going to go collect this purple power slug and then get out.
Nicely done. One Metal Fist says, my brother has something similar. He's allergic to tahini, and that's rough in Israel because sesame and tahini are in so many foods here. The sad part is that when he was younger, he loved it.
Uh-huh.
He loved halva, but halva is made from tahini, so now he has to avoid it even though it's one of his favorite sweets.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm
Only
allergic to kale and
217
soy.
meters.
That's what I'm allergic to.
I'm only 100 meters away from this one, 217 meters away from that one, so it's time to go down and land and go find these. In fact, it's right below me because I'm going by it.
And by allergic to, you mean strongly dislike.
No, I'm pretty sure my body would revolt against me if I tried to eat it.
A bauxite mine. Robert, I found it.
Yeah.
I have found it.
Ruben Jr. says, "Hello, Spencer the politician."
Oh no.
Why am I the politician?
Really?
Like, of anybody, I think Garrett would be the most political of all of us.
And
Okay.
Chops just realized that they could sloop their power shard production.
Yes. Definitely sloop your power shard production. Definitely do that. Yeah, I usually create a little bit of a processing manifold. I put a storage container. I put a storage container right next to it, and then I have a processor, a constructor for the blue, then the yellow, then the purple. I sloop each one of those, and then it goes into another storage container that I put a dimensional depot on the top. So whenever I get back to my factory, I just dump all the slugs into the storage container. It processes them all. If there's enough to go into the dimensional depot, or the dimensional depot needs some more, it just goes straight in the dimensional depot, and they're always available wherever I am in the factory anytime. So I try to make it as convenient as possible. Okay, so Robert, I have no idea where I am in relationship to everything. I'm clear out here. My factory is clear up there.
Can you zoom in just a little bit? Yeah, you're on the eastern edge of kind of the bauxite fields, because to the west of you there's a whole bunch more. So,
Yep.
Don't know.
So, do I go ahead and looks like a fairly open space over here, but potentially to make a factory.
How do you go scout that? And yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and put a miner on it and put a beam over it so that I can get back to it.
yeah. And actually, Ruben has a great question. Is it time for building a train to transfer that bauxite back home, or do we want to build a road?
I don't think I want to build a road that far.
Oh.
And we can always go down over here and go through the swamp with our train and take it back to the factory.
Did you make an encased industrial beam factory somewhere?
Yes, it is on the first floor. It is farthest to the, I believe it's farthest to the east.
Well, it's encased. Okay, it's on the first floor. I'll find it.
Yep, it's on the end, on the edge, over toward the coal power plants. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the map. I'm going to go ahead and put a miner on it.
Carry Me Please says, I feel the primary reason to use a summer sloop is for space parts. Anything else can be handled just by scale.
That is true. It can be handled by scale. The things that I reserve it for, though, are like the there's the other one. There's the next one. The things I reserve it for is like the handling the alien remains, which can be processed into alien DNA, and sunk for coupons in its own separate category. While we like to put sinks on all of our overproduction so that we're constantly getting more coupons, I also like to sloop the machines processing the 4 types of alien remains, and then processing the the meat that the alien DNA remains create, and process into those into DNA capsules. If you sloop each process, you get twice the alien remains processed, then twice the alien DNA processed, to get 4 times the DNA capsules to sync, and that can be pretty valuable. Hey, Robert, can you also get a monster for me too, please?
Sure.
So, those are definite slooping opportunities that need to be thought about. Thank you, sir. Oh, I got an orange today. Now, there's another one. There's another one right close by. 304, 211, that direction. There it is. Okay, so with 3 in close proximity to each other, yes, I think I'm going to make a train and make it robust enough to bring plenty of bauxite back. I'm going to go ahead and open my... Well. Okay.
Well, what?
My pedal for the my pedal is way behind the computer.
Oh, okay. Now I've got to pull that out. Okay, one Metal Fist. Talking about useless talents.
Mm-hmm.
One Metal Fist says, I can curl my tongue way back behind my uvula for some reason. It's completely useless, but apparently possible.
Okay.
Cool. That's pretty useless.
Yep, that's pretty useless.
Hey.
Okay. Oh. And on the main floor, I was working on an explosive rebar line. I've already created the rebar. And so I've already created the rebar. All I need to do is get some heavy oil residue and take the black powder over to get the 2 meat met up. And I was planning on trying to use the liquid trucks. Planning to use the liquid trucks to bring it into the factory, and combining that with the black powder that I'm already making, and making the explosive rebar, so I can use that to kill beasties and take out rocks and clear forest and so forth. So that's next on my schedule, Robert.
Sounds good.
Once I get bauxite taken care of.
I'm still just setting up sinks. Really what I'm doing is I'm just getting you in trouble in the future.
Yeah, because you're going to increase the needs for power to the point that I can't sustain or support it.
Well, max power consumption is already above max power production. I'm just, bringing them into alignment.
Yuck.
Electric Shin says 50,000 for phase 4 is insane. I'm on normal mode and feel overwhelmed and just unlocked the Hoverpack.
Yep.
So same exact spot we're in.
Yep. All right. Well, I am going to go ahead. There's one machine. There's another machine. And the other machine, I believe, is just over here around the corner. But I found a summer sloop. I found a Mercer sphere, sorry.
Oh, okay. Kevin says, I just opened a Satisfactory over the weekend and I'm hooked. I found your YouTube content to be very helpful. Thanks.
You betcha.
And Dark Soul asks, do you think they'll add more tiers to the game?
That's what they did with the last 1.1, but the 1.2 did not add new tiers. I was a little bit surprised.
1.1 didn't add any tiers either.
Oh, didn't? Yes, it did. No,
1.0
that's
did.
right. That came out with 1.0. That's right. Interesting. See, it only takes like 2 or 3 shots with a... There it is. 2 or 3 shots with an explosive rebar gun to nail these creatures. Okay, if I go look at the map, that river kind of winds around and goes to the swamp.
Doc, I think I'm going to finally send you to the office.
You're going to finally send me to the office. Okay. What's took you so long, huh?
Well, first I just waited too long and lost a couple of the earliest questions. But
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we have a question from Lizal. It says, hey Doc, when you open hard drives, got 12 hard drives right now and unlocked iron pipes, cast screws, and iron wire on my way to complete phase 2 and starting phase 3 tonight. When do you open them? The way I look at it is when I open them when I need them. In other words, I look and I say, hey, is that useful to me now? I go ahead and open it then. A few I open regardless. If it's something like wet concrete, for example, adding water to limestone to make a higher amount of concrete, I'll open that one right away. I'll open the solid steel recipe to make my life a little easier when making steel. So I'll open that one right away. I open the ones that I find very useful first, and then as I need the other recipes or as I come across something to get me through phase 4 or get me through phase 3, I will open them, at the time. Like we have one person here, one Metal Fist, who said, I want to do a run where I do everything in alternate recipes. At that point in time, you end up learning so much about alternate recipes that it makes a whole lot of more sense to somebody. Right now, I have a huge list of all of them, but I don't I have not gotten in depth enough to know how they integrate with each other enough to make it very beneficial, except for those ones on the fringes that it's obvious that they're so much easier. So when to open them, when I need them, or a certain bunch of obvious ones. And hopefully that helps, and let's go back to the game. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make the platform out here over the water. I'm going to start it up here, and I'm going to put on Zoop.
Dark Soul redeemed Hydrate.
Alrighty. My monster cup showing through the orange, which is really neat. By the way, this is if you do have a 3D printer, this is just a 3D model that Robert and I found on one of the 3D printer sites. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, the model, or at least from our printer, it prints so it gets really tight at the bottom. Mm-hmm. So you notice it's kind of sticking out the top there for Doc. If you actually shove the cup all the way in, it gets really badly stuck. So hopefully this model that I made for Spencer is a little bit more forgiving there, while still holding the cup. And one Metalfist says, if anybody has any questions about and needs any help with alternate recipes, message them. Yeah, one Metalfist knows them better than anyone.
Yep.
So, I think you didn't answer the second half of the question, Doc. Dark Soul asked, do you think they'll add any more tiers?
No, I don't. I don't. Well, 1.2 is not going to get any more tiers. I don't know what content is on their radar right now. That's kind of mysterious to me. There's a lot of wishes and wants, but I'm not really sure what they have on their target to add. We can always hope that there's going to be more content at the end. I think it'd be a little bit more fulfilling than just, watching the end credits at the end. And they're going to have to work to keep their advanced players active in the game somehow. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. We will have to see. I'm going to look at the map here.
Tall Zeratul is going to do a 100x playthrough on 1.2 release as well.
Okay.
It's been a bit of a beast.
Yeah, it has. Oh, yep, there is a sphere here. Okay.
There are a lot of little bugs in 1.2 that I really hope they fix. A lot of UI glitches, like Doc couldn't see his UI.
My inventory, yeah.
Your inventory, I should say. I've had inventory showing up issues like if you're crafting something in a crafting bench that's taken from the depot, it doesn't dynamically update what's in the depot.
Yes.
And so you just run out of materials. It's like, but it's there. You have to close it and reopen it, and it's like, oh,
yeah,
it's not there.
It's not there. Exactly. So.
And Chop says, the promise of daisy chaining brought me back to play 1.2, and it did not disappoint. And I'm playing with randomized nodes, and it makes the game pretty fresh.
I'm trying to figure out if this river, if I could follow this river. Yes, I can follow this river to the swamp.
Also, double-clicking on items to take them out of containers doesn't seem to work. And shift-clicking items seems broken sometimes. Oh gosh. Doc, our trucks are stuck again.
Really? Now, what did they get stuck on this time?
I will...
Robert's
let you know
amazing
as soon as I get
personality.
it. Aw. Shut up.
You see that, chat? I tried to compliment him, and he tells me to shut up.
Same thing as before, Doc. Kind of. Can I
Kind
show
of?
my
Yes,
view?
please do. Please do. So, they
It's
got...
always this truck, but here it looks like we had a truck come up here and here,
Uh-huh.
and I can't decide which one to let go. So if I press F, we can look at what's going on.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to merge. This guy is here, not in an intersection, waiting for this intersection to clear, which unfortunately goes this entire length. What I need to do is I need to separate this section, so there's a section here that is not part of an intersection.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it. Weave lanes just are not the solution for their issues here.
Yep.
So I'll do what I normally have to do, which is come down here.
Drive that one out of there.
It still has quite an... Yeah. What?
Plenty of fuel.
Well, I was just going to give this guy a fill up first. And then I just hop in here and turn off its...
You just put it in its inventory, which means it's going to drop off that inventory someplace.
I filled this, the unload station. And I put back what I couldn't take.
Okay.
So, disable, and I'm just going to drive this guy away. Out to here. And then turn it back on.
Okay, you've got a bunch of coal in that truck's inventory now. It's going to drop off coal to its next place, and it's not supposed to be dropping off coal.
Okay, let me go take a look. I don't think that's correct, because I didn't have any coal in my inventory. But... no, just steel beams.
Oh, okay, it looked like coal.
Okay.
I've just
very
got
good.
a little postage stamp picture, so...
Are you having a hard time hearing me?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
I was having a hard time keeping my earpiece in my ear.
Okay,
So-
well, problem fixed. I'll keep looking at it. I think it comes down to just needing some more short paths so that it's not all one gigantic intersection. Punisher Troop asks what the new features are for 1.2.
The biggest new feature is they created trucks that carry liquid. That, unfortunately, is the biggest feature. They also corrected the truck paths, or at least made the biggest attempt to correct the truck paths. Truck pathing is a whole lot easier than it used to be, but it's not perfect yet, definitely. It's simply a matter of using them until you figure out what bothers the trucks. And frankly, we're struggling to figure out how to get the trucks to play nice with each other still, which was a problem previously, but didn't get corrected fully. So the paths are better. They can share paths, which is nice too. And being able to share paths is really neat, which basically means if you've got a path already, you can put another truck on it without having to draw a new path for that truck. So if you want 2 trucks to go to the same locations, for example, you can just put another truck on it and tell it where to go. So I'm trying to concentrate on 2 things, and my brain power is obviously not as good. I would really like to figure out where this dismantle crate is. And I just went over it. Where is that dismantle crate? There it is. In the middle of nowhere.
And then Punisher Troop asks about what about like randomized nodes or whatever? What's that deal?
Those 1.2 offered you the chance to change your mode of play in several ways. That's a copper mine, isn't it? That's copper, yep. And that changing that mode of play is basically that you can make the game harder, like you see on our screen with we chose 100 times the 100 times elevator parts. So instead of doing 500 of those, those are not exactly remembering the names of those things, because we see them so few. So instead of getting 500 of the ones on the left, and those are magnetic fuel and magnetic something or others. Instead of getting 500 of those, we get 50,000 of those. So five stinger remains. Okay. So anyway, that is one thing, being able to increase or decrease the amount of elevator part requirements, to increase or decrease the amount of power consumption in each of the machines, increase or decrease the amount of part cost that you can use. You can randomize where the nodes are on the map, and there's several randomization settings. You can tell them to be all pure or all impure, or you can tell them to be a certain resource rich. You could tell them to be rich on oil and coal, or to be rich on other things. So you can adjust the gameplay just to make it different, and in some cases just make it so awfully difficult that you can't possibly complete the game. Which we ran across that when we decided to make the parts cost twice as much, and realized that by making part cost twice as much, that every single part that goes into the next part multiplies by 2 the amount of parts needed at the upper end. So while it seems to be okay when you're making iron ingots, when the iron ingots go into rods and you're taking, and it's twice as costly to make iron rods, and then the iron rods go into frames, modular frames, and then it costs twice as many modular frames to make the next part, and the next part, it got to the point where mathematically it was nearly impossible to actually complete the game. So you can make it pretty tough. So you'll see those options available to you when you first start a new game. So.
And the follow-up question from Mark Dove is this console or as well?
It's going to be console on June 2nd. Okay. So literally, when the full release to production happens, it'll be released to console at the same time that the PC people receive it from experimental and put it into production. So the only difference there is the fact that console people had to wait because there's no experimental branch for consoles because they're so tightly controlled as to what can be released to a console. So there is no experimental branch, no test branch, so to speak.
Follow-up question from Dark Soul: if you increase the space elevator cost requirement to 100%, 100 times, does it also increase the amount of nodes?
No.
And that's why things can get impossible, like Doc said.
Yep. In other words, I don't believe there's any one of those settings that increases the number of nodes. There's only settings that either randomizes where they're at, like an iron node that you would expect in the normal game might end up being a copper node, or it might even be a uranium node in the middle of what you're trying to build. Right now, the uranium nodes are off kind of out of the way. You got to search for them. But you could end up with a uranium node right next to where you're used to building all the time. And so that can tend to be a little bit of a challenge. But no, it doesn't increase the number of nodes at all.
I think if we're talking about theoretically, I don't think it's ever theoretically impossible, because you can always make whatever tiny factory and leave it running forever, right?
Oh, yeah.
But we're talking about making it work in a reasonable time frame.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And Ruben Jr. asked, Doc, do you have any idea if 1.2 will be resource heavy on the PC?
I don't. Usually they've tried really hard to keep optimizing along the way. I know there were huge optimizations when 1.1 came out. This one so far has not been resource heavy in the respect that it's not taxed my PC much. But then again, I've got a 14th generation i9 CPU and a 5060 for my main video card and a 4060 for my 4070 for my secondary video card. So, and how much memory do I have? 64 gigabytes, Robert, of memory. So, I'm pretty. My PC is pretty intense in order to keep up with everything. So it might end up taxing the lower end PCs. I don't think so, but not any more than the current game, and it does anyway, I don't think.
Yeah, at least their track record for 1.1 showed a lot of improvements, especially those who are kind of pushing the envelope in Satisfactory. They've reported that the new versions consistently have improved their frame rates.
Yeah. Like, take for example, who's our guy that builds those crazy builds?
Mega Meaty Bacon Man?
Yeah, what's his build is how much? Upgraded power connectors. So what have you upgraded?
We finally have daisy chaining.
We have daisy chaining now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we've got a PowerPole Mark III too. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, the graphics, Darth Arton is absolutely correct. The update shouldn't affect performance since they didn't really change anything graphically.
Right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to work on dragging a power pole out. Work on dragging power out to those bauxite mines. Then I'll work on creating a train and start moving a train line over there. Gosh, that's going to be a lot of work. It is just way out there. But I've got three mines with 3 mines within 100-meter proximity of each other that can bring back bauxite. So once I get the bauxite back here, it's going to be good. Where do you have the Where do you have the blueprinter? Because I need to make a quick blueprint for putting down my train.
I don't have a blueprinter at the moment. You destroyed it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir, you did.
What? I wouldn't have destroyed something of
Uh-huh.
yours.
You do. I was trying to develop a brand new method of, respawning, and I was heavy in development, and you got rid of it.
I got rid of the development on it. I didn't get rid
Uh-huh.
of the blueprinter.
Well, if it's still there, then you can use it there.
Okay. I think it is over here. So I'm going to drop off slugs in the meantime.
I'm pretty sure Doc is just anti-science.
Anti-science, huh?
He hates new technologies.
Okay. I just hate new technology. Well, don't believe everything you hear. And only half of what you see.
If you say you can't believe everything you see, then you're anti-science.
Oh, I am.
There you go. You know what? Carry me, please is correct. Weather. Weather can definitely affect your PC. So you can turn off weather effects if you're having trouble with it on your PC. But I love the new weather effects. I love the rain. Every time it rains, I smile.
Every time it rains, I run for cover. Put on my raincoat.
If he's trying to 3D print a porta potty, then I'm going to be very disappointed in what he gives me.
Okay. Well, I deny having destroyed it, but it's not here, so.
Okay. See, Lexi loves the rain too. See. And Dragon Slayer says, "Good morning, y'all." Ooh.
Good morning.
You know what? Let's take that one to the university.
Okie dokie. I think that one's a good one, huh? Okay. All right. Looks like we have a question from Dragon Slayer saying, how do you all figure where to build factories and what to bring back to a site? Well, I'm struggling with that right now. I've got bauxite in a far-flung location compared to the Dune Desert where I'm currently building my main factory. Do I bring that bauxite back, or do I just try to build my factory over there? What usually triggers the decision is, okay, I need quartz in order to make other ingredients for making the aluminum. So bauxite is the main ingredient, but quartz is another heavy hitter there to finish out making it. So if I don't find quartz really close by, I might as well bring the bauxite back to the main factory. I prefer to bring it back to the main factory because then I can build a nice big line for aluminum production and guarantee that I can produce as much aluminum as I'll need all the way through to the end game. So in this case, I'm going to go to the effort of bringing back the bauxite with a large train that will bring back as much of the bauxite as I can produce from the 3 mines that I'm currently mining. I'll bring that raw bauxite there back, and I'll probably create a whole new floor on top of one section of my factory here, and I will deliberately make sure that I can produce as much aluminum as I possibly can. So the decision basically comes is, can I get the resources to my main factory easier than I can build it where I find the main resource? And in this case, I can't. I've got plenty of quartz where I'm at, where my mega factory is, and I think I'll just build it there. So that's kind of the determining factor. Hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. Okay. Okay. Architecture. Big pillar frame. There we go.
I have a dog sleeping underneath me.
You
and
do?
His feet are right next to my pedals so I can talk. And it means that every time I go to press the pedal, you know, because he's dead asleep, he jerks and twitches. And it's kind of funny.
That is funny.
Okay, Doc, I've done another set of upgrades for this that I think will help quite a bit. Mind... Well, you know what? I'd show it off if there wasn't currently a traffic jam. Let's see if it resolves.
If your traffic jam resolves?
Dragon Slayer says, thank you. I think that helps.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see you later, Okoma. Sorry I didn't quite get to your comment.
Transport and railway. Right there in the center.
Okay, Doc, you mind if I show my screen here? I'd love to kind of
Yes.
show the changes I made.
Yes, I'd like to see.
Okay, so the big thing is I tried to create as many blue paths as possible. So like the swerve in, I cut it into two so that this section is its own bit. What that means is that when this truck is here, it is no longer in this intersection. So some people can go through. I did it here as well. Here I was able to get both of them separated. Okay. So this intersection right here, this cross is its own thing. Completely disconnected. Oh no! Now they're preferring to go in here so they can pass through, just like they were doing at the entrance over there. Gosh darn it. That shouldn't be as much of an issue. But this is now an isolated intersection right here. This one is sort of combined.
Mostly isolated.
Unfortunately, mostly. But then this is separate and that's separate. So the more separated they are, the better they are. I think in general, what I'm looking for, I think I'd like to see two foundations between. I think we did two foundations between. We could do a good swerve lane.
Okay.
And
since I got rid of the one for the one that was in the middle there, I got rid of the one that was delivering coal from.
that right there. Yeah.
You could possibly take the two on either side of that empty spot and move them in if you wanted.
Yeah, we could.
But, you can save that for another day. See how well this works.
Yeah. I also did come up here to some intersections, and a lot of these were really long. And I shortened and made sure we had some blank spots between. Like right here, these were actually connected. So somebody turning left to go into here would stop these guys on this road that were wanting to go into here. Okay. So just separating those, allowing the vehicles to stop just before those spots is nice.
Okay.
So.
Very good.
Okay.
See how well that works for a while.
And we have a question from Everett, which unfortunately I missed earlier, but he just donated $5. I would love
Okay.
for you to answer this question.
Uh-huh.
So let's take it to the university.
Okay. Okay, from Everett, we have a question. He says, I just unlocked rocket fuel. What's the best way to set up a proper factory for it? I did rocket fuel in one of my factories, and I didn't recall it being all that difficult. I
That's
just
the one with nitric acid.
Yeah.
added to it, yeah.
So you need nitrogen to come in. A lot of times the nitrogen is in far-flung locations, so you need to probably package the nitrogen and bring it into where you're going to produce the rest of it, because you need to start with the base of the regular fuel to, I think it's turbo fuel that goes into the rocket fuel. Add the nitric acid and away you go. So you need to have it close by where your other oil production is, and then once you get your oil production running, bring in the nitric acid, bring in the nitrogen, and then process it into nitric acid, and then you can combine the two to make your fuel. I would create a fairly large platform for it, and you have basically two production lines. You have the nitric acid being turned into, you have the nitrogen being returned into nitric acid. You might have a drone port getting it from wherever you're getting the nitrogen from. You might have a unpackagers to unpackage it fast enough so that you can use it, and then you package it and create it into the rocket fuel and send it off to your oil production facility, your power facility that uses regular fuel. So the challenge is, how do you get all those in fairly close proximity? And I think the way that you do that is through drones, bringing in the nitrogen by drone to where you're already processing your turbo fuel, and then you can go from there. So hope that helps you and get you going. And let's go back to the game. Okay, that was a good question. That was a really good question. Okay, I'm going to save this blueprint. I'm going to train trestle. And I'm going to select the icon. We're going to call train. Okay, fine. Rail. There we go. And save the blueprint. Okay, now I've got a train trestle blueprint. It's going to require quite a few beams. I hope my beams are producing well enough. So, clear the blueprint designer.
And one Metal Fist has an addition to say for the rocket fuel power plant. Says, I actually used nitro rocket fuel myself, and there's an easier setup for it if you want to stay on regular fuel but going fully crazy with alt fuel chains. It needs fuel, nitrogen gas, coal, and sulfur. But the output's absolutely insane for how much power it gives. And I think that's one of the alt recipes that Carry Me Please mentioned that allows you to skip the rocket fuel stage.
Skip the turbo fuel stage?
Turbo fuel stage, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be useful.
Let's take another quick question.
All righty. Okay. The British chap has a question. He says, I started a new run with the goal of making a mega factory. When you bring materials into the factory, how do you split them to feed multiple lines, plates and rods, for example? In general, wow, that is a hard question. a lot of times what I'll end up having is a plate a plate manufacturing line in one place and then another one in another place. I'll actually have multiple sections of the factory making ingots, iron ingots, and then rods or plates depending on where I need them. A lot of times what you find is once you get to the point where you've got a second line that needs rods, that first line that you built isn't enough to supply both of those lines. So I'll end up getting another iron mine and feeding it in and getting more ingots made and more plates and more rods built at that location. So the biggest choice to make is, does the line I currently have the ability to support both? Do I need to expand it, or do I need to make another one? And once you answer that question, then it becomes clear what the next step would be, whether I can split it up and send it to two different locations or build another one close by. So I hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. Okay, so I've got my train trestle, Robert, and I think I'm going to make a train station in the back of my tall factory over here. Does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
The Spaghetti Highway. The Hit the Road Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more. Oh, anyway, I don't need to sing for you. There's a lot better singers than me. Okay. And let's, okay, it's already set to zoo.
And One Metal Fist says, I agree with everything Doc said, but at the end of every production line, I place as many storage containers as I want, and split the final belt into those storages. After that, I split resources from the storage area into whatever lines I need. That way I don't have to constantly split the main production line itself, and I always have backup material sitting there in case I suddenly need something.
Okay.
I have grown more and more intolerant of random storage containers.
Yeah, you have.
Every line can have a maximum of one. And that's only as a backup for the depot, right? Because it should run into the depot. That's it. The problem with having too much is it leads you to believe like you have more production than you really do because, oh, I set up a new line and it's been running flawlessly for 2 hours.
But now my container's empty.
But now your container's empty, and it leads to more bad. In my mind, and this is something if you've taken a calculus class, okay, this is what it links to in my brain, okay, and it's not calculus is. In calculus, you learn about the relationship between your velocity and your distance, your velocity, and your acceleration, right? And what has happened here in this game is, oh, I have 2 storage containers full. I have 10,000 items. I don't care about how many items you have. I care about how many items you're making per minute. Because everything cares about items per minute. So in my mind, don't tell me how many storage containers you have. Don't try to rack up 20 storage containers full of screws. Tell me how many screws you can make per minute, because that's what matters for the future factories. The future factories will be starved if they're just taking from backups eventually.
And as far as the design philosophy, that is not flawed. It's much more lean, using much more lean manufacturing ideas and thoughts than what I do tend to do, even though I've been a proponent of lean all my life. It's the lazy man's way of producing things to just create constant, buffers of everything. It's literally in if it was in business terms, that would be a waste. In other words, things in storage just cost money and they waste resources. So Robert isn't wrong as far as a philosophy. Okay.
I'm sure I explained it wrong. I'm sorry. It's been way too long since I took my calculus class. But
So if we can daisy chain, does that mean that I should be able then to hit F2 here and go from here to there? Okay.
how about that, huh?
Did my first daisy chain. In other words, I didn't have to go hunt for a power pole somewhere. I could just go from that machine straight over. How many... but it does not tell me how many power lines I can use. Just that it's a connection. Doesn't tell me how many more I can connect to it. Interesting. And Robert, I need you to take over for just a little bit. You get physics and calculus? Absolutely. Calculus nowadays is taught through application problems. And physics is calculus is used to handle physics problems. I'll have to tell you a story about one of my physics classes where it was a calculus-based physics class, and as we were working one day, and he was showing us a proof of something. He didn't tell us where the endpoint was. We just went at a starting point that he says, "Here's the premise. We're just figuring out, this equation here," and he just kept morphing the equation and working through it until finally, the last part, once he derived everything, was E equals mc squared. So he just proved that the speed of light is equal to the mass times
Energy.
Energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared. And all of a sudden, the whole class went, "Whoa, what happened?" We just proved what Einstein created calculus to prove in our physics class. And we're being taught as, 20-year-olds, and it took him a lifetime to get there. That was way cool. So with that, Robert, if you'll take over the stream, I'm going to just take a quick break, and I'll be right back.
Sure, and I'll tell my fun calculus story as well.
Okay.
Wrong one. There we go. My fun calculus story. This was the end of Calc 1, so it was still pretty simple stuff. But we were told that we had to design in one of our questions. This was kind of like the year end or semester end test that we had to design oh, come on, tell me I can get something on there. Doc, what is this? Terror storage containers. Bad. Sorry. We had to design a container that could hold 12 ounces of liquid, okay, that exerted a certain amount of pressure on the can, and we, and there were a bunch of parameters and whatnot. I don't have any iron rods. Okay, I'll get some rods. Anyway, so we were there. He brought us snacks and drinks and everything else, and so if you did the problem correct, you basically came up with the exact shape of a soda can. And it was kind of funny because, oh, yeah, that's why they have the whole dimple on the bottom to keep it pressurized and all that. That's not iron rods. Where are the iron rods? That's that way. Dragon Slave says, so in regards to storage, how many items would you siphon off? Personally, I would say only one industrial storage container for every item, and you should use a method like this. So right here, we can't use this one because it's empty because we are using it too much. Let's see. Let me find a place where we actually do it correct, Dragon Slayer. This is kind of the way we normally do it. You have the end of the line go into an industrial storage container, and the top on here goes back to a Dimensional Depot uploader. That way, the uploader will always keep, keep uploading items, and it has a full backup of an entire industrial storage container. That's kind of the my favorite method, at least. Doc will sometimes put 20 industrial storage containers for some reason. Address data says should be the same, but when I was in school, we had math and physics as separate topics, not being intermingled. We have that as well. It's like there's a class titled physics-based calculus, as well as just regular calculus and regular physics, and it kind of teaches the same thing. Because I remember I also took a separate physics course, but that was also like a 200 level course, so second year of college, as opposed to the calculus, which was higher level than that. So yeah, my physics course was very much hey, we're gonna have you use a pressure sensor and put stuff on it and take it off and look at the results. It wasn't doing the math behind it. Address Dave says, I'm just glad they didn't mix it here. My physics grade sucked. Math was easier. Sure. Okay, that's now all right. Now I'm going to find the next factory that has yellow sticks and fix it.
So Robert keeps on going through my factory and fixing it to his standard. Doesn't matter what my
Doc?
standard is.
Speaking of standards, plenty of steel beams on this conveyor. This one only has 6.
Okay, so what's going on with it? Wonder why.
Yeah, this just little setup just isn't working.
Okay,
This
so
guy. So just gotta rebuild this one.
yeah, see if it changes.
Yep.
Okay, gets it working. Good. You know,
Just
and we've done 50,000 versatile framework, and didn't notice that one wasn't functioning 100%.
Yeah.
You know, it's just simply a matter of, sometimes you don't discover these things until much later.
I just discovered something.
What's that?
Location for sink.
On which?
Look at all this yellow. Look at all this yellow. Circuit boards need a sink.
And the containers at the other end of the line.
They go straight to computers. Where do the computers go to? Oh, gosh. Well, that's a separate thing.
Yeah, that's the computer line.
Okay, well.
And I've got computers out there, and I've got circuit boards out there, so yeah.
I do really
could
like
sync.
this.
Yeah,
This
I
is
like that
great.
too. I'm glad I did that.
I think I
But you
might-
could put sinks in between there, and sync the extra circuit boards, sync the extra computers.
I think I might extend this down to the lower one so I can put a depot on each one of these.
That'd be fine too.
But
Okay, very good. I'm going to work on extending this train line to head through the rocks. And what? Invalid placement? Do we have a node down here? Yeah, we have a node. By the way, if you have a node sticking up someplace, it will not let you put something like that hitting this. Like it'll let it hit the rock. It just won't let you hit the node. So let's mine off that node. and then we'll finish building our platform here.
Yeah, Ruben, the capture card on my PC is not quite as nice as the brand new one we just bought for Doc's PC. So my screen's a little bit fuzzier than Doc's. Not quite as pretty.
Yeah. And we discovered that the cables that you get to go from your PC to your monitor matter. Especially if you've got a 4K monitor. And my main monitor is a 4K monitor. And just to give you an idea, we were just using any old cable, Amazon Basics, whatever, we just got a cable for it. Well,
HDMI.
HDMI, yes. Is that what I said?
You just said any old cable. I was just clarifying that it was any old HDMI cable.
Yeah, any old HDMI. No, we're going to use a USB cable on it. No, I meant USB. Good correction, Robert. Anyway, so we started doing some research as to why it was being fuzzy and why it was cutting out, going black. And when our research was done, we found that these HDMI cables communicate two ways, back and forth between the computer and the monitor. In other words, there's some return data from the monitor telling whether it's getting enough data or whatever. And what we found is that one of the symptoms of not having a cable that is strong enough to carry the full signal will be the fact that it turns off the HDMI on the monitor until it can get better data. So I was getting blackouts on my monitor because the cable was not as robust. So we got better cables, ones that were certified to handle a 4K signal. And once we did that, all of a sudden, not only did my monitor work better, but the recommended pixel rate went from 1920 by 1440 all the way to 2640 by 1920 or something like that. So it was amazing, the difference. So just a second here. So I was looking, at my system display here, and up to 2560 by 1440. Prior to that, it was only recommending 1920 by 1080. And once I got the better cable on, all of a sudden it jumped up to 2560 by 1440. So it was treating my monitors at 1080p and not even doing well at that. So, by the way, check your cables. Make sure that if you've got a monitor that's able to do more than 1080p, that you get a cable that matches the ability to go beyond 1080p, and usually have to go up to a 4K cable in order to do that. So, just some things that we found out as we were working on that.
Leslie asks, why not use DisplayPort?
Does my monitor even have DisplayPort?
It does.
That's a good question then. And that would be the next logical thing, except HDMI and DisplayPorts don't really have any advantage over each other anymore. They kept improving HDMI until it met and then at one point surpassed the ability of DisplayPort to display a picture. And then it's been a constant battle between the two formats to keep up with each other. So
for me, it's directly because I understand theoretically I like the DisplayPort better. I like the fact that it's run by I think it's a consortium that allows it just to be used freely, as opposed to HDMI, which is owned by a single company that requires a licensing fee to be paid for every single port. I just like the display port. I just like the DVI port or HDMI port better. I just like the HDMI port. I like how it works. I hate the pins of the display port. I have constant issues where whatever cables I use, they don't disengage well, and so they stay stuck, and that just frustrates me to no end. I don't like how deep the connector has to be in order to hold on to that extra button to attach it properly. That also makes it bulkier and hard to put multiples next to each other. So in general, the form factor of DisplayPort is inferior, which otherwise I'd love it because I hate the idea that you're having to pay licensing fees to make a plug. But Mark Dove asks, do you do factory checks for people willing to pay for your time?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That's actually been the most common thing, right?
Most popular thing in our store, yes.
I mean, when people pay for your time, most of the time they do it for a factory check.
Mm-hmm. And we do need to offer, if they don't want to pay for a whole 60 minutes, for them to pay for 30 minutes. We need to do that.
Okay.
So I'll do that before our subathon that we're going to have. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, we'll put that on the list to do. One Metal Fist says, people panic way too much about AI replacing everyone. Currently, AI mostly predicts patterns. It doesn't really think, adapt, or make independent human-level decisions in real time. Most jobs still need fast judgment and flexibility. And to get even close to sci-fi AI, we'd probably need huge breakthroughs in quantum computing and quantum chips first.
Yep.
And Ozzy correctly notes that there have been a lot of layoffs due to AI. And generally, I think right now, any company that's laying people off to replace them with AI is going to suffer for it.
Yeah, they're short-sighted. Yep.
Yeah. Just because, I think for two reasons. One, AI isn't good enough yet. And two, it's just generally short-sighted to lay off people instead of to leverage their knowledge, investment, and everything else in order to continue working with the company.
Okay, so steel beam is not refreshing fast enough for me to keep building my train trestles. So I'm going to go pick up some more beams straight from the factory. Alrighty.
Yeah, Address says, I found out something interesting today. Someone who was made redundant early in 2025 was just hired back in for the same exact role.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what companies are finding out.
I think right now the leaders of a lot of these companies likely were, firsthand witnessed a lot of things with the, dot-com bubble and with a lot of the massive changes that have happened in technology, that they are probably rather afraid of not adopting the new thing when it comes out and getting left behind and losing, the opportunity to make billions of dollars or whatever.
Yeah, they have a term for that.
What's that called?
FOMO.
Oh, yeah.
Fear of missing out.
And I think
And
that's
that
really
is
big.
no reason to make a decision.
But
Yeah.
what that means is that the shovel sellers are making money hand over fist.
The shovel sellers?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Nvidia. Sorry, referencing during the gold rush, the people who made it richest were the people selling the shovels.
No.
And so, yeah, the hardware manufacturers right now are making gangbusters. Like, they love it.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who are actually investing in the technology itself are making money.
Yeah. But I general am pro AI. I'm anti-retarded business decisions, but I'm generally pro AI. You know, like yesterday I was processing some of these Q&As we've been doing, and I realized, oh, instead of typing them all out manually, I just screenshot them all, sent it to ChatGPT and said, hey, can you transcribe this for me? And I did it. Now, I could have gone old school and bought an OCR software, loaded up on my machine, and calibrated it properly, and done all that silliness. And I could have spent 2 hours finagling with it, or I could just send it to ChatGPT and it does it for me. So I'm discovering uses like that that save me time all the time.
Yeah. But saving you time is one thing. Replacing your job is quite another.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My train trestle. I'm going to put it here parallel to the roadway, I think.
Dot 73 says, as a data scientist, most of what AI can actually do versus what it's being sold to do is about as far as you can stretch the truth without committing fraud.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think that sounds about accurate.
Yeah, exactly.
And One Metal Fist says, eventually those companies will understand that their blindness towards money can hurt them in the long run. If all they care about is cutting costs, sooner or later people notice when the product or service stops feeling human.
Uh-huh.
This is something I predicted very, very early on. And the reason why I did is because when I was looking at, I was watching a whole lot of visual effects breakdowns and stuff, and they were looking at early visual effects, and people were so blown away by them. It's like, wow, that's amazing. And today we look at it, and it's like, oh, that's cringeworthy how bad it is. We hadn't yet developed a sense for how bad it was. And one thing I pointed out early on is that's exactly what's going to happen with AI. We kind of start getting that vibe of, oh, I don't know what it is, but this is written by an AI, isn't it? And
Yeah.
it just feels gross.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, the bad side effect is more and more people are writing and talking like AI as well. It's really bad, but being able to sniff out the AI written stuff, I think is a...
Yep, that's going to be a major discipline in and of itself. You know, when I correct my papers each week, every once in a while I get some people that are using obvious AI to do their homework when they should be thinking it out themselves. And you know, I just call them on it. Knock it off. You're not learning anything by doing that except how to use AI. And then you're doing it poorly anyway. So,
Well, speaking as a professor, have this university start putting out standards for AI use?
they keep talking about it, yes, but I don't think they've actually issued an edict to the students about thou shalt not or whatever. I think they're still professor by professor standing. So,
Gotcha. I mean, I understand that. That to some degree allowing the professors to make that determination.
yeah.
Probably a good thing in the early days. As much as I appreciate the you're only ruining your own education type stance, you're also getting yourself a diploma and devaluing everybody else's diploma when you do it.
Yep.
So Adrestea says, I'm being made redundant because an external consultant agency decided I was too expensive and in the wrong location for the role I'm in, completely disregarding anything I accomplished in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And the guy hired back is very good at talking the talk, but hasn't delivered anything yet.
Yep. All he did was spout off all the things he learned in school and hasn't figured out how real life works.
And Adrestea says, ChatGPT is blocked at my company. We can only use Copilot, and even then with strict rules while they roll out one or another AI-driven application.
All right, I got to go get some more. I need to fill my bags with steel beams, or I'm never going to get this train trestle done.
Kapimaki says, I'd argue with that the current state of OpenAI's economics, AI may burst apart. We could see more investment in smaller AIs, which could lead to higher use of AI in today's society. Time will tell.
Mm-hmm. Well, strictly focused AI would be a benefit. Like you give an AI enough intelligence to do manufacturing, or you give AI enough intelligence to proofread papers looking for grammar. You know, I think you're right that the compute power that it takes to keep an AI of the level of ChatGPT or Grok or the ones that are trying to be all things to all people, I think they're going to find that that's going to be you're right, too onerous to keep up. So.
Kapimaki asks, where is that sick mug that Doc uses from, by the way?
This mug here, my monster mug, that is actually found on Thingiverse, I believe, wasn't it, Robert?
Thingiverse or printables or whatever. I'm sure that the closed ecosystem ones have it as well.
Yeah.
It's either called a Monster Cup or a Monster Energy mug or whatever. There's a bunch of different varieties.
Now, the coloring on this exists because I have a multicolor printer. I've got a 4-color printer, and when we originally got it, it was not colorized. So Robert, put the rings on here, and we colorized the various pieces and parts. First one I had was green and black, but the green became green screened out because of the green screen in back of me. So it didn't work there too well. So whenever I drank it, showed the game through it. It was really funny. So I went to my black and red one, and I think others were going to have to. I'm just going to take the whole thing. We're just going to, print ones with various colors, but not green. So.
Yeah, I was sad about that.
Yeah, I was too, because those are the monster colors. Okay. How does my power pole look, Robert?
It's getting worse.
It's getting worse.
Geeter Games says, I use AI to help me play Satisfactory, especially the math and project planning.
Okay.
And I use Doc's videos to help me make builds more efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, Doc, you should look at the power pole.
I mean, we've got two more oil repositories that we could use. Oh my heavens sakes, Robert!
Could you stand a little bit more efficiency, Doc?
I mean, the gap between generated and is getting way too close. But I mean, this is pretty doggone close for, max to max consumption to actual consumption. That's pretty good.
Eddie Embers here. He says, "Sorry I'm late, but I'm not praying for forgiveness. I was helping my elderly father do yard work."
All right. Yep.
And One Metal Fist, absolutely. Been talking about that with my brothers forever. I love the idea. He says, you know what would actually be amazing? If games could use AI for NPCs. Imagine if NPCs that actually remember what you did react differently to your choices and talk about your actions naturally. Every player could end up with slightly different stories and reactions because the NPCs learned from how that specific player behaves.
Interesting.
Where I would struggle with that. Okay, so first off, I love the idea. It's obviously a great idea. The hard part is that AI is still fairly shallow, and their knowledge base would be very shallow, which means either A, they would start having to hallucinate a whole ton to make stuff up that would kind of break the illusion of the world, or you would end up breaking them and, the typical, I am a chatbot response. And so you'd have to solve that problem somehow. I don't think that's unsolvable, but it's definitely a problem.
Okay. I just want to point this the right direction. Wow. It's still a long ways away.
Doc, can I show you my screen to show a weird phenomenon?
Phenomenon? It's not showing which ones I had actually put a miner on.
Open your mouth. The black ones.
Okay. So the ones that were closer, actually, do I have to wait till it actually pings them before I can show the map?
Yeah, it'll only stay there for a while after you ping it.
So that one and that one, neither one of those. So that's
the one.
That's the one that I've got to go toward. Okay. So why didn't I go towards the short one? Good grief. I went towards ones that were 1,000 meters farther away.
Big Kapibaki is absolutely correct. He says, another problem with the idea is game size. You have to fit everything into a decent size, less than a yottabyte if possible.
A yottabyte? Oh, that's funny.
Can I show you a phenomenon that's happening over here, Doc?
Sure, I guess.
So I was attempting to reduce Doc's massive storage of screws from 20 containers down to 10, and it's down to 10. So now what we have is, all these storage containers here, and all these ones are being used. The last two aren't, but it's taking out of the bottom, right? To go down to whatever other usage you have. That's fine. On the back here, every line has an overflow going to a sink over there.
Okay.
Notice how one of these is empty?
Yeah, because it's being used, I assumed.
Well, if you go to, this is a mess, but it's Doc's fault that it's a mess.
No, it's your fault it's a mess because you put a bunch of extra junk in there that wasn't there before.
Extra junk. Well, you know what? I might have been wrong with this assumption. Interesting. Left is overflow. And it wasn't working. You know what? I might be wrong with that assumption. Never mind.
Okay.
For some reason, this isn't working. I don't know why not, but it's not working.
Okay.
It's annoying. Anyway, go back to your screen.
Okay.
I'll have to troubleshoot more.
Okay.
I disproved myself.
Uh-oh. I don't mind you disproving yourself when you're trying to disprove me, so that's fine.
Eddie, you also brought up another exact factor that I've been talking about and raging about ever since that game came out.
And that is...
He says, responding to one Metal Fist comment about NPCs. So basically, the Nemesis system from Shadows of War, except with real AI. I agree with Robert that memory is a limiting factor. Shadows of War was an excellent game, except they created something really cool. It's actually a Lord of the Rings game. They created what they call the Nemesis system, and the idea is you have enemies in the game, and if you fail to kill an enemy when they leave, that enemy gains a rank and gains a title and becomes more powerful. So by the time you get to the end of the game, you know who all your enemies are, not because they've been pre-programmed to be your enemies. You know them because those are the ones who got away, those are the ones who escaped, and they became stronger based off of what you failed to do.
Ooh.
So it creates this, like they call it a nemesis system. It creates a dynamic enemy for you to fight, and I love it to bits. The game was published and owned by Warner Brothers.
Really?
And they decided that they invented the Nemesis system, and therefore it belongs to them.
And they should get royalties forever on it if anybody ever wants to use it. Right?
Yeah, here's the problem.
The problem is, intellectual property. A game mechanic doesn't necessarily exist only in one game.
Game mechanics are not copyrightable, patentable, whatever. They cannot be owned. The problem is you can go and claim it, and it takes somebody arguing to get it away from you. This has been a huge fight in the tabletop gaming industry for quite a while. It became a big, huge deal a couple years ago with D&D, because they built open licenses and they're trying to revoke it and whatever, a whole bunch of junk. The truth is that game mechanics are not able to be protected. That particular expression, the exact code that you use to write it, whatever is, but just a mechanic.
Yeah, it's kind of like Windows when they were sued by Apple over the look and feel of the interface. And that eventually Microsoft won, so that they could continue Windows just because you clicked icons and you used icons to open up an application. Apple felt that was their domain and that they had a copyright to that, and Microsoft had to fight to get that one away from them. So, one of the cases in point.
Yeah, and there's so many cases of that, and it really comes down to, technology is new. And you know what Supreme Court, what justices on the Supreme Court aren't?
Aren't what?
They aren't new. So their understanding of technology is
not new either. New. Oh gosh.
Which makes them misapply old law, which you can't blame them. The only way to get to be where you're at in the Supreme Court is to be older and have a lot of experience. The problem is that experience can lead you wrong.
There it is.
Yeah, iHeart Pancake is absolutely correct. Warner Brothers does not let anybody use the Nemesis system. Period. It's dumb.
They don't let anybody use it?
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
It's never licensed.
They're not ever willing to license it?
Yeah. So, yeah, Pal World and Pokemon, the creature collection and all that. And, yeah, so Nintendo is trying to patent all these things around Pokemon, and they're failing. They're losing over time more and more. So, it's probably going to take another decade or two, but eventually, at least in the U.S. law, eventually it's getting to the point where, I'm sorry, you cannot protect it, period. Protect your characters, protect your individual artistic expression, protect your code. You can't protect the mechanics.
Okay, let's see how close I've made it to my bauxite mines here. Not very close. Okay, 1632 still. Okay, still got a ways to go. Okay, so
Ugh, this whole system is just so ugly. I'm just trying to keep every machine working, Doc. That's all I want to do.
I wish you wouldn't, but that's... Oh, I've got a wreck down here that I can go get, too. So that's good.
Okay, we're going to... Oh, and it looks like we got a subscription from Tech Warrior.
Great.
Thank you very much. This is their second month.
Fantastic.
And we have a good question from Major Pain, which got pushed up a little bit.
Okay.
Let's take it in the university if you could.
Alrighty, go ahead. Alright, Major Pains asks, if you make a blueprint that uses Mark III belts and lifts, how do you upgrade the belts and lifts efficiently? I have seen shorts of people saying you can just go overlay the blueprint with one that uses a higher belts and lifts. I tried this and it doesn't work for me. I can't imagine it would work for you. I can't imagine it would work for anyone to just, you know, put your blueprint over the old and have it upgrade everything, because not all elements are upgradable. I mean, like if you have a storage container, it's not upgradable from a regular storage container to a commercial storage. A lot of things just aren't upgradable in the natural world, so not being able to do that seems rather natural. Efficiently upgrade the things? No, I don't think there's an efficient way. You're going to end up with a situation where you have to go where you've put the blueprint before and upgrade the elements inside of it, and then go to your blueprint, upgrade the elements inside of it so that future ones have the new elements in it. But I don't know of any efficient way to do it, like being able to upgrade a Mark II miner to a Mark III miner, for example. You can do it while it's standing there. Not all elements are able to do that, so therefore a blueprint that has that element in it wouldn't be able to be upgradable that way either. So I would like to see a reference to those other shirts that say you can do it. I'll go gladly look at those and see. But I think you're stuck. So let's go back to the game. Okay. Well, I'm going to dive off over here and, ooh, maybe not.
So Eddie Ember says, here are some things that Nintendo has lost a patent to that they previously had. Okay? 2, using a sphere-shaped capture device, capturing and summoning creatures, using creatures to fly, and using creatures to ride on, summoning creatures with the purpose of combat.
Wow.
You hear how vague each one of those is?
Oh yeah, it's like the patent that Apple initially had on the regular flat cell phone. They had, you know, a computer-looking screen with beveled edges was their patent. And they let that stupid patent go through so nobody else could make a cell phone until finally they had to take it to court and say, nah, too vague, throw it up, and they threw out the patent.
Yeah. What's insane is I've heard from patent lawyers and from individuals who invent something that the process to go through a patent is so onerous. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, so how do these big companies get vague ones through?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the frustrating part is I guess they just, you know, if Apple can keep another company out of the cell phone market for an additional 6 months, that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So they're willing to put all the lawyers into it, right?
Yeah.
And just, yeah. The more difficult you make the process, the more you keep smaller businesses out of it. But
Yep. Okay, wow. This is going fairly well so far. And there's another wreck down there.
well, my frustration when it came to them losing those patents is, for the most part, they lost those patents. At least all the ones that I've looked at personally, they lost them not because the judge says this is really dumb, you shouldn't have a patent on summoning a creature to ride on it. They didn't disqualify it because it doesn't qualify for a patent. They disqualified it because people found a video game that was older than Pokemon that used that mechanic. It's like, oh, it already existed. Oh, okay, well, now you don't get the patent. As though it was something that could have been patented. As though there was a legitimate use for it. And there wasn't ever a legitimate use for it, for that patent.
And it really seems odd that they could get away with not ever letting anybody license it.
Yeah. I Heart Pancake asks, what do y'all think about the Outlaw suit where Gabe, the head of Steam, is thinking about closing the New York market for Steam?
Oof. That's a pretty radical reaction to a lawsuit, but frankly, if they're going to be so onerous in a particular market, I'd just abandon the market. After a while, you can't make enough revenue in a market to make it worthwhile. So go, leave.
Have you heard about that lawsuit?
No. I had not heard about that lawsuit, no.
So that lawsuit stems from them trying to get rid of gambling. And it's probably for the children like everything else is. But they're trying to get rid of Steam because it has games that have some level of gambling in them.
Yeah, that's not really gambling at all. But
Yeah.
by their definition, it's gambling.
The problem is the kind of definition they're using is so broad that it will apply to a lot of other things. Like, I played Magic the Gathering for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And the primary way of getting cards is to buy packs that have random cards in them.
Yeah, and their definition of gambling is that down to that level, yes. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But they're not going after those card games, and they're not going after that. They're going after Steam. But again, even after all that, Steam's a marketplace. And, there's been a lot of fights lately about, do you go after the marketplace or do you go after the application itself, the use itself?
Mm-hmm. Trying to figure out how to get back up there now that I came down here to check a wreck, which I couldn't get open because it needed a crystal oscillator, and I don't make those yet. Wow. Okay, come on. I gotta figure this out. Do I have a ledge up there that I can get to? Nope. Let's see. Am I close enough to? Nope, I'm not close enough.
So one Metal Fist gave some more examples of silly things that have been copyrighted or people have attempted to copyright.
Uh-huh.
Some celebrities and companies have tried trademarking things like colors, phrases, poses, sounds, common words because people associate them with their music or movies. Prince trademarked his purple branding. Disney protects tons of phrases and characters. And some artists even tried claiming rights over specific styles or catchphrases.
Yeah. Oh, guess what I see up there? I see a summer sloop right on top of that spire there.
And Chroma's back. He
Okay.
says, sorry if I'm a little out of it. Having trouble with another game, and it's either game related or firewall related.
Oh.
So what's happening, he's playing Space Engineers, and for some reason he can't log into a single server. And he has no idea why that server isn't letting him in.
Huh. Interesting.
He's talked with the server owner, and the server owner has no idea either. So.
All right, so let's go see if I can change to my Hoverpack. Yes, I can. Okay.
And Kapimaki says, then why isn't Pokemon gambling? Same mechanics behind the market. And yeah, it's the same mechanics, and so if that's their definition, then, you know, they should go after it by their law.
Yeah, they
or
should go after the
revise law.
game, not the distributor. Yeah.
And while Metal Fist says, yeah, they mostly go after Steam and trading systems because it's easier. Going after massive gambling companies that bring huge money to cities and governments is much harder. Meanwhile, a lot of betting apps are honestly way worse, and some barely do enough age verification. Kids can still end up getting exposed to gambling systems way too easily online.
Yep. I might not be able to get through here.
Chaos Pale says hello.
Hello, hello.
And Praetorian of Terra says, want to bet on it? Yeah, I struggle with it because I just don't trust lawmakers to write the law well, that it doesn't have all sorts of negative side effects no matter how they write the law.
And you wonder what their motivation is sometimes too.
Yeah.
Is their motivation really to protect the kids, or are they trying to punish a certain company that made them angry or something?
Oh, I would not be surprised. I am building another reinforced plate line.
Oh dear, look at this.
Oh.
Yep.
Stephen Arumbaro says, man, this stream is just super chill.
Yep, it
Having
is.
the doc and the other guy just talking casually is quite nice. Helps me
The
focus.
other guy. The other guy.
Hi, my name is Robert. I am
Yeah.
Doc's son and editor, and I'm just hanging out.
And he hangs out with me whenever I have a stream. So, alrighty. Here's your motivation, money and Butterfingers. So, is that Butterfingers to Robert and Spencer?
Thank you, good sir.
Did it get to you?
Yeah, landed right in my hand.
Okay. Is Spencer over there?
I am over here, yeah.
All right. You want one?
I guess so.
I guess. It's got to be a little bit more affirmative than that.
Well, I'm not going to beg for it, but sure, yeah, I'll take one. Come on.
All right, eh?
Mushy, I am actually currently in the game with Doc.
Yeah.
We are currently, for you guys to know, we are currently on a Ping Players server. They've been our sponsor now for, 6 months-ish. They've been great to us. We really enjoy their servers. They work really well. And there on the screen, I have a QR code up you can scan. Or go to pingplayers.com and use code DOC35. You get 35% off. And it's great to be able to play with friends and family.
And we are going to be playing with friends in a big way here shortly. In a big way shortly on June 2nd when 1.2 is released. We're going to set up a new world, and we're going to play with members and subscribers, anyone who wants to join us. So if you're available to play and want to come join us and have fun, then we'll be doing that then too. So. All right. Now I'll remember this time to...
Tall Zeratul says, I find Spencer's lack of enthusiasm for Butterfingers disturbing.
Disturbing. Oh, okay.
My lack of enthusiasm is for the idea that I'm going to spend the next hour picking toffee out of my teeth.
Okay. There's a certain technique in eating them where you don't get the toffee stuck to your teeth. I maybe need to try to teach you that.
Well, how about you just do it on stream? Just show people how you eat your Butterfingers on stream. Just the exact.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Would somebody else like to redeem so we can see the evidence in front of us?
All right, fine. You challenged it. That's good enough.
Teaching us eating techniques. What is this?
Yeah, no kidding. What is this?
The D-Man says that's a good YouTube short idea.
There you go.
I agree. Robert, start editing. We'll splice that in.
Well, I think this is actually connected to his previous comment. He says, just saying hi, I'm ready for 1.2. I need to build some trucks for my desert nuclear build, so I need those new paths.
Good.
We are actually in the process. One of the big things about this world we're doing right now is we're really, really putting the trucks through their paces. We're going to put out a long-form video fairly soon about trucks and the new paths, because we've run into a number of troubles with it, and it's not super simple. So we're going to try to get that out to you guys as soon as possible.
Put it this way, it's just not as simple as advertised, put it that way.
There you go.
Okay, creature, get out of the way. Oh gosh, gotta wait for the stupid creature to move.
Doc.
Tall Zeratol. Tall Zeratol. Zeratol, okay. The method is to not bite down hard on it. That's really all there is.
For $10, we need a demonstration.
I chew with my mouth closed. It's not going to be much of a demonstration.
Shameful.
Yeah.
You won't give your donators what they're asking for.
Oh, it's... Means I'd be eating 2 Butterfingers. Okay. All right, 996 more feet going straight that way. I ought to get there by the end of the stream, I hope. The nice thing about it is I'm bringing power with me.
So we'll answer a couple of questions here in chat while Doc's chewing. Mushy asked if we need servers for 1.2. You don't ever need servers for 1.2, but you can. And Surog says, I used Tailscale and Docker to run a dedicated server, but couldn't get mods working. What we did is we just took a separate computer on our network, and there is I'm sure you've already used it, but for everybody's knowledge, both on Steam and Epic, there is a Satisfactory server download you can do separately, and just run that on that computer. We did no other setup. We just ran it on that computer, and it ran fairly flawlessly, and Satisfactory Mod Manager recognized it immediately and worked.
So did you catch that technique? No picking anything out of my teeth, just chew it very...
I'm sorry, we should have gone to...
Gone to the... Wow. Wow. I think my editor and another son are conspiring against me.
Eddie Ember says, I'm taking a day off Satisfactory to help family, but I have almost everything automated now for the final push to save the dogs and puppies.
Oh, cool. The kittens and puppies.
Dogs and puppies.
Oh, we're not saving any kittens?
Correct.
Oh. See.
Charles Eritul says, I was looking away. Can you do that again?
Nope. Oh,
so Eddie's asking for a schedule for the subathon next week. We'll be starting at our usual time on Tuesday, and we'll be going up to 8 hours each day, and we'll be back Wednesday morning, same time, Thursday morning, same time, and keep going from there. Hopefully, soonish we'll have an actual schedule to show you guys.
Yeah, at least a list of what games we'll play.
Yeah.
Besides Satisfactory, playing with everybody. At least that much.
D-Man asks, why not use the auto-connect for the railways? For this blueprint?
Because I'm using the railways to kind of level things out to allow me to bridge gaps and go over things. I really don't want to auto-connect it because I don't want them to necessarily be 100% straight. I need to bend my way through these trees. So that's kind of why not. So
good enough. And first time chat from John. He says, which 1.2 custom settings would you recommend for a harder but balanced playthrough for someone who's already completed the game already?
Harder but balanced. I like the elevator parts being increased. That just forces you to build a little bit stronger manifolds as you're building up to the elevator parts, which allows you to, just build better factories. Forces you kind of in that mode. So I like that particular setting. I like setting them to all pure nodes so that I don't have a problem with, finding an impure node here and a normal node there and having to balance all that stuff. Kind of takes away that minutia. But you could always make all of them impure if you wanted, but then you've got to tap a lot more mines, and I don't think my emphasis and focus is on building factories. I like to build big structures and big factories that do a bunch of things, and so I really like to increase the things that make me build more. So I kind of hope that helps. So that's the one that setting that I like the most. Reducing your power makes it so that you don't have to quite keep up with your power quite so much, unless you have a Robert who's putting sinks on everything and making your machines work overtime.
Oops.
Oops, right.
But it also makes that line nice and straight. Isn't that so nice?
Yeah. Isn't what's so nice?
Having the nice straight power graph, you know?
Okay. Okay. Okay, how far am I now?
So back on the previous subject, One Metal Fist says, right now New York needs massive amounts of money for all the projects and promises that the city keeps making. So it's easier to go after companies like Steam that have offices there and don't bring in the same gambling level money as betting companies. Steam mostly just pays taxes, while huge gambling companies bring enormous revenue to the state. Meanwhile, people barely talk about how easily younger users can still access gambling style systems online.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all they have to do is, a lot of times in a lot of these sites, just declare that they're over 18. Some of the more onerous sites, of course, require you to, if you want to really require people to identify whether they're over 18, you just require a credit card. That's not a debit card. And that separates the adults from the non-adults, because credit cards can't be issued to minors. So
one thing I'm fairly afraid of is that the idea of anonymity online is probably fairly well dead over the next while, which I really hate that idea.
Yeah.
Because, yes, credit card, you can kind of do that online. I mean, credit cards do a lot, but not everything, you know. And unfortunately, there's enough of the think of your children faction that they'll be willing to sacrifice anything for it.
Yeah. It is really amazing that people don't stop. That people see the fringe of a threat and they don't stop to think of the overall ramifications of a move that they make. That has bothered me for a lot. Like for example, one example, New York City again. The one senator didn't like the fact that Amazon, whatever business practice, he didn't like Amazon, so she didn't allow Amazon to come into the city to put a warehouse inside the city. So now all of their shipments have to come from outside the city in, and it creates more congestion, created no jobs, and just further deteriorated their economy.
Definitely wasn't helpful for him.
Yeah, so true. Okay, well, I'm slowly getting there. Let's see if I'm still on track here, so to speak. Going the right direction.
Oh, Chroma says, Robert, they already do that on Arizona. I'm guessing you mean Amazon? Yeah, so the wall is getting a full ID. Yeah. I'm just afraid that the ID will become... that there'll be a government program that wants to save everybody by institute as a government real ID that must be attached to your Apple or Android account, and it must be verified every time, which means by default the government gets to know every single time you download an app. That kind of stuff. That makes my skin crawl. That whole idea, just no.
Yeah, it gives new definitions to being off the grid. It means also I have no fun. You know.
Not Amazon. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. By the way, Doc, I have a fan.
You have
Eddie Ember says, I like what Robert's doing, though. Nothing more satisfying than constantly moving full belts.
Yeah, there is nothing more satisfying than that. Yes, and I'm not complaining for the idea that I don't like moving belts. I'm complaining for the idea that I'm going to have to increase my power grid now.
Maybe that should be my project tomorrow.
Is going ahead and using one of the other oil mines down there to start building it out and a new floor. A new floor on our power plant?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like that's going to be necessary. Yes.
One Metal Fist says, honestly, Robert, there's already a much simpler solution. In some countries, IDs already work for fingerprints and biometric systems. Apps wouldn't even need your full ID card. They just connect to a government verification system, scan your fingerprint, and get a simple yes over 18 or no response without exposing all your personal info. Honestly, sounds way safer and easier than uploading your ID everywhere.
That may be true, but you've already given... Okay, the government already has all your information anyway, so yeah, that could be...
Well,
that prevents the proliferation of the information getting around to all these companies. But then again, the government has total control over you too.
Yes, I think that solves half the problem. The problem it doesn't solve is it solves the problem on the company, on the corporate side, not on the government side. On the government side, of course they're gonna check. They're gonna ask, oh, I'm sorry, who's asking for that ID? Which app? And that means that, just like today, there's the arguments about whether, healthcare, about whether benefits should, for food or whatever, for SNAP or whatever, should apply to soda. Can you buy soda with your whatever? I don't know. I know it doesn't cover pet food. So, if you're receiving food benefits, well, you can't buy food for your pet with it. That's unfortunate, but I can see the logic. It just means that now they have more hooks into you. So, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do X, Y, or Z. Or I don't want the government having that knowledge. They shouldn't know what apps I'm downloading. The fact that they're checking, none of their business, right?
Yep. All right, I'm slowly descending down to, let's see where those mines are. I'm getting close. Okay.
Okay, Levy Taylor, that's a great question. I know we've missed a few questions lately, and I apologize for that. That's kind of my job to pull them out. But Doc, let's go to the university.
Alrighty, I can leave myself floating in air there. Go ahead. All right, Levi Taylor has a question. Can somebody point me to the correct way to deal with nuclear waste from uranium rods? Yes, you start with uranium, and then once you get it into the nuclear power plant, it does come out with waste. What you do is go look at the supply chain on how to make plutonium rods, which is the next level. The plutonium, building it into plutonium rods processes all the waste into the next level. at that point of making plutonium rods, then you can decide to sink those plutonium rods, or to you do the next level of power plants, which is the plutonium power plants, or the power plants that use plutonium. My recommendation is to go ahead and sink the plutonium rods, because you get a lot of awesome shop points for them and get a lot of coupons, and it saves you the minutia of making getting a diminishing return on that waste as you go all the way up to fixed site, fixed site. So the way you process the waste is to process it into the plutonium rods, and then you go from there. So look on satisfactorycalculator.com, or you can look at the Satisfactory Modeler. Either one will tell you how to do that. So let's go back to the game. Oh, look at that over there. That probably is water. Now let's see which direction I have to go. I think I have to go more over this direction. Okay. I have to almost make an about face. Oh, there it is right there.
Very nice.
Yeah, okay.
Eddie says, government already has all my information anyways. I don't care what they're seeing. I'm more of a concerned with the constant security breaches happening due to this info being logged.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's my concern.
It becomes a, half dozen one, 6 to 1, half dozen the other type of issue after a while, because if the government has it, that's one place. That's where blockchain might come into help things a lot. If you had an ID verification system on a blockchain, that would make it secure, and it would also allow it to be quickly handled. You give what information you want to give to the blockchain, and then the blockchain does its ID verification, and away you go. The problem with having a system like that, instead of just a real ID or something, an ID card issued from the government, is that everybody has to then buy into that system, not only on the personal end of wanting to get your ID verified, but also on the business end and the company, subscribing to that system to use. So anyway, the D-Man's going all the way for his desert nuclear build. Yeah, you can do that. All the way meaning all the way to fixed site. So H. I want to put this down.
And Levi says, thanks, I appreciate you taking the time to help me.
Okay. Track turns too sharply. I was afraid of that. Okay, so let's destroy this one. Put it farther over. Put it over there.
I do generally like the promise of blockchain, but again, I'm so bullish on government's ability to implement it that I don't trust it.
You're so pessimistic on them being able to develop
Yes.
it? Yeah. I think Canada has a blockchain-enabled ID system already, but I don't know how effective it is or how well it's being used. So,
Yeah. I mean, I know there for a while in the previous administration they were talking about the digital dollar, and where I struggled there is when because I had to read through their documents, whatever else. Because,
yes,
yeah.
I remember that.
Now, to let you guys know, previous to this, like Doc already said, he teaches a blockchain course. Previous to the Gaming with Doc channel, I helped him make and edit all the videos for those courses on a previous channel. And so that was during that time when they were talking about the digital dollar. And I read through and scoured the website they put together for the digital dollar. And it did not ever say that it was going to be a blockchain-based technology. They used a lot of the lingo, but in the end, I was absolutely convinced that it was never going to use a blockchain, which means it did not have a secure ledger. It means that it was not actually It was the worst of all worlds, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
But it was too ambiguous for anybody to ever, be sure of anything.
And then, of course, an international group put together a demo blockchain and put together a group of requirements and or should do this, should do that type of document. And we examined that, and it was just, it was a little bit scary too. So,
Eddie says, "Wow, I actually understood what you said, Doc. Thanks
Oh.
for explaining that blockchain concern."
you betcha. Okay.
What Metal Fist says, "Doc, you know the old question of what would you bring to a deserted island? I've got a way better one. If you could only bring one thing to an entirely new planet, what would it be?"
Oh boy.
You can't say your wife.
Aw, come on. Got to bring your best friend. Interesting. Interesting. What could I bring? Scriptures.
There you go. That's a great answer.
Yeah.
And Grevis just subscribed with Prime.
Okay, good, great.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, let's see if I can get from here to there. Good, I can get from there to there. And I'm having to almost try to figure, oh gosh, good, daylight finally. That's one thing I'm
Yeah.
going to look forward to is on June 2nd, can we get Sky UI installed, hopefully, on 1.2.
We're gonna push for that.
Yes. I don't mind working in the dark. Yes, I do mind working in the dark. I shouldn't say that. I don't like working in the dark. Okay, let's go down a little bit further. There we go. I'm trying to get to the platform that I made over here. That was right next to one of these. I believe it's just to the right over there. And so I've got one here. Anyway, I'll find all three. All three are very close in proximity to each other. And the platform is where? I think the platform's right over here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Obviously, I need to make the platform a little bit more accessible over this direction. But this is the direction I need to bring it through. And where is... Obviously, I missed. There it is. I think I'll destroy that old platform and put the platform right in this open area right here, I think. And let's see. Okay.
Eddie says, "Only one thing to another planet? Well, it depends. Do I want to die in 3 minutes from lack of air, or in 3 days from lack of water?" Let's imagine it's another world just like Earth. In order just to, make the question make sense.
Okay, how much platform do I need? 5 wide or 3 wide?
12.
No. Okay, it looks like I need it to be 5 wide. Why did you say 12? Just being contrary?
Yeah, just giving ridiculous answers.
Okay.
One Metal Fist says, even in Israel now, IDs and passports are already biometric. That means nobody can really use my identity properly without my fingerprint, eye scan, or biometric verification. Seems like that honestly makes more sense for age verification than uploading a full ID card anywhere online.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, and I just tackle it at a different level. I don't like uploading ID cards online either.
Yeah, right in the middle there. That's okay. That's where I want it. Okay. You know, the thing that I dislike most is the fact that you can't put your freight platforms down first and then cap it with a train station. You got to put the train station down first. But in this case, I need the freight platforms to be against this. So I've got to basically put, in order to do this, I've got to go ahead and put a train station against it right here. Then I could put a freight platform here. I'm going to have at least 2 freight cars, I think, to start. Actually, I'm going to put more freight platforms here than what I need. And then cap that with a train station going... Oh, come on.
So, Doc, to kind of confirm what you're thinking about this week's schedule, are we going to try streaming tomorrow afternoon again?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do.
Okay. So what that means is we're going to be ending the stream in about 15 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
That means that tomorrow we'll be picking it up in almost exactly 24 hours from now. So tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central United States, Central U.S., that's when we'll be starting up the next stream.
Uh-huh. And it looks like Grievous subscribed with Prime. Did you already say that one?
I did.
Okay, that's way cool. This one, Saratov, is going to be B-U-X-I-T-E. And we'll change that to Bauxite 1 or 2 if we do multiple of them. Okay, and that gets us in here. And I deconstructed that. And I don't have to use all these right now, but I'll probably use the first 2 of them.
Oh, wow.
What's this?
We just got 5 gifted subs from M1BGG.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
So that means that Leon Bambic, 20 Sound, Kevin Balbon, and Mozzarella Cheese all got a sub out of that.
That's cool.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I need a buffer. I'm going to put a train stop buffer there.
M1 says, enjoy your informative shorts. Thank you.
All right. What a way to benefit our other users too. Okay.
Our modular frames are not keeping up.
Really? They're not keeping up because you've put sinks on them.
Modular frames are made somewhere else. Not in this factory. And if they're not keeping up, then the sinks make 0 difference.
No, they do make a difference.
What are you talking about?
I'll have to explain it to you because it's it's complex. I have had a situation where I had no problem at all with support from a particular product. I put a sink on it, and it immediately started draining it because every time I had a little bit extra being created, and that would normally go into a container, it was siphoned off into the sink. Well, the buffer wasn't big enough to handle those fluctuations.
Right.
And when it wasn't enough to handle the fluctuations, every time it topped it off and sunk it, it would keep draining it even further. Can't really explain it well.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. You need to have a buffer that's bigger than your fluctuations.
Mm-hmm.
Completely agree with that. The modular frame line does not have a sink on it.
Okay.
What it does have, however, is a set. That's one of the ones I built a second story on. It's not getting enough reinforced iron plate for that second story. And today I've been working on the reinforced iron plate, improving that for it. So
Okay.
it looks like we're just experiencing the downstream effects of the stuff I've already been trying to solve.
Okay.
Oh man, I love this rain. Isn't this just so nice?
Oh, give me some shelter.
This is perfect. Yeah, and Eddie Ember nailed it as well. You need the buffer, and that's exactly what Doc was saying as well.
Okay. There it is.
And now that I've built out the reinforced plate line, our plate line isn't enough. It's a cascade.
Cascading failures. All righty. Well,
Calling it a failure really isn't really a charitable way of saying it.
a charitable way?
Yeah, it's a cascade of upgrading one line to the next and the next, and you're just being
Okay.
pushed farther back, upgrading lines. That's all.
Okay. All
You
right,
don't want
let's-
to be charitable about upgrades, Doc.
I don't know.
Ooh, well, I'm going to start by upgrading these Mark II belts to Mark IV. on
That
our,
helps.
Miner here.
That helps a lot.
Drag Slayer says, so would it be beneficial to siphon off overflow before a storage buffer into a
Oh,
sink?
you definitely do it. You definitely do it before it with a smart splitter to say, is my container, my storage container full? If it's full, then send it to a sink, and that's the way you should employ it all the time. If you don't have smart splitters, don't use sinks until you do, because you just want the overflow amount.
Let me show this line that Doc built. That's a great example of that. This is just making iron plates right here, but he has a manifold of iron plates. He has a smart splitter, which says first send it left and to go to the next stage in the production. Then it'll fill up this buffer, which we can definitely augment that buffer, make it an industrial storage container. Overflow goes straight forward. Then this smart splitter says fill the dimensional depot, and then everything else sends straight forward, and that's what sends it to the sinks.
Yep.
So it's first production, then buffer, then depot, then sink. And that's what this does right here.
Andler Love emote people can use. So I'm going to share that with everyone.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Eddie says, I learned that the hard way with my rubber, how to place a storage container buffer.
Yep.
Also, with any truck station or train station, you should always have a buffer before and after every truck and train station. One Metal Fist says, I use liquid buffers in a very weird way. I chain them small, large, small, so the pressure balances itself out between the buffers. That way the pipes keep a steadier output flow and the systems don't constantly try stealing liquids from each other. It actually works surprisingly well.
I'm going to have to read over that one so I can understand it a bit better.
Yeah, I think I'd have to test that. That's really odd. Liquid buffers generally wreak havoc with your system. I avoid them like the plague. Just because of sloshing issues. But if you found a way to keep that working well. Where did the rain go? Gosh darn it.
Oh, I don't understand you. Okay, there's plenty of room there. Okay, so these are delivering 240. I could sloop them to 480 each, and probably should at least, because that's the limit of my my belts right now. And then just use up whatever I can, sink what I can't use at the other end to keep things flowing. So I'm going to go ahead and sloop these to double. Okay. We'll just leave that at 480. Okay. And the second one, leave that at 480. And then the other one, we'll do that one to 480. Okay. Well, Robert, I think our time is done.
Unfortunately, we're kind of hitting that, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Definitely hitting that. So, let's go back to the office and kind of wrap things up. I use liquid buffers in a really weird way. I chain them small to large, then to small. So that way it keeps the pipe a steadier output flow and the systems don't constantly try to steal liquids from each other. I just can't see any logic as to why that would work. Interesting. Just use buffers in parallel, not in series. And they're
now
fine.
that I have tested, and that is true. I've seen that before.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. You just kind of do a T-junction and set it off to the side as your pipe goes through, or...
Yeah, so basically instead of the pipe going from one buffer to the next, the next, the next, you build it the way you build a manifold, basically.
Okay. You set the buffer off to the side. And then it has an input but not an output.
I'm not entirely sure. I've tested a couple of ways.
Okay. Okay.
But the biggest thing is don't daisy chain buffers.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I daisy chained. I daisy chained and had poor results. So that I've borne that out. So that is true. So anything else interesting? For some reason mine got changed to activity feed rather than the my chat there. So okay. What? Oh, that's why. Okay. Oh gosh, I just messed it up.
Well, Carry Me Please says, thanks, Doc. Thanks, Robert. Great stream.
Okay. They appreciate
And
that.
Eddie Eber says, "Gotta head out. Father just got back from the store. Back to
All
the
right.
grind."
All right. Good. Help
Good
support your dad.
timing.
All right. So, hey, it's been a great stream. We'll be back tomorrow at this same time right now at 1 o'clock Central. And look forward to seeing you then. So, thanks for coming. Bye-bye.